Wani, we went on a quick deviation about marriage. Um, but yeah, they need to tell us, let us know that the United States of America really does not want us to be together.
Yeah.
No, no, no. Every force on the planet is trying to break the black man and the black woman up.
Oh, I agree. I agree. I mean, not trying to be biblical or religious or anything, but even from a religious standpoint, people don't be trying to teach other people that the Bible teaches Satan is attacking the family. People don't believe it.
Mm.
With you got to think with all the unholy things God's talked about that you're not supposed to do. That's what Satan is pushing towards people through use of all
Hmm.
these people in power. All that stuff with the kids and the homosexuality and all that stuff. That's what
They have
Satan
a
is.
whole agenda to make
He's
people
using a
not get
whole tool.
together.
He's using a whole tool, and it's the same thing that has been going on for thousands of years. It's just in small pockets. So now in today's society, it's amped up at the tenfold. What's
You
up?
breaking up, brother.
What's up, Wani?
Hey,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, today we're gonna the question is how did Black Americans create Labor Day? Today our sister Wani educated me. You know what? The longer I forgive me, I had some Chipotle. I'm addicted to that place, by the way. But the longer I stay on X, number one, let me say something that's slightly off topic. It's related, but slightly off. My people are ingenious. Like foundational Black Americans are so genius. And the longer I meet people like Wani and listen to people like Tariq Nasheed and Dewan B, like I realized how education has failed us. It's failed me. You know what I'm saying? Like, why don't I know this stuff? Like, I'm licensed to teach history in Alabama, Tennessee, New York, um, provisional Washington D.C., Louisiana. I feel like I'm leaving somebody out. A whole bunch of states, Tennessee, and I don't know half this stuff. And it's been X, my people on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, that's brought to my attention that the books are lying to me. Period. You know. Um, but today, our sister Wani educated me on the founding of Labor Day, and I had no clue that it was initiated by a black man. Wani, you want to educate us?
yes, just one moment.
Hey, Nikki.
Peace. This is my first time on my computer, so
I can hear
sorry.
you good.
Okay, good. Peace and blessings, space.
Thank you. So I'm going to get the exact dates up in front of me. So when I asked AI is basically it's anti-Black American. And it's also anti-Native American because I asked a question just to test it to see if it would deny cultural aspects that Native Americans have, which one of the ones is smoking a cigar when someone is born. Someone casually told me that that was a Native American tradition, and it actually has a name. I don't remember the name, but they smoke a cigar. And so when I asked AI who invented the custom of smoking a cigar, it immediately tried to tell me Europeans did it. And I was like, no, they didn't. They couldn't. I said, what year did they do it? Oh, the 20th century. I said, Native Americans have been doing this procedure for thousands of years. So how did Europeans do it? Then the thing tried to say, well, they just both came up with the same idea separately. I mean, this thing was stubborn. I finally broke it down and it said, okay, Native Americans are the ones who showed it to them, and they didn't even have cigars. They have to have the cigars imported to do this. This is off topic, but it's not. So when um I asked about Labor Day, and it said, "Oh, that's a it's a European holiday in the United States. They came up with it. That's their idea." But it's not. It's not a European holiday. Black Americans were. uh, angry that they were not getting the wages that they should have gotten, and they were absolutely not getting any. They weren't getting treated properly, so they did a boycott and refused to work. The towns went into chaos. The towns were paralyzed and couldn't function. And so the government came out and said, not only are we going to make a special day for laborers and call it Labor Day, we're going to increase your wages. Now, probably didn't treat people better, but they did increase the wages and create a day. So, although they can try to pretend like we have nothing to do with it, the sequence of events cannot be denied. There was a massive strike by porters, and the response was to create a holiday to try to give an olive branch so these men would work. And everything that I asked, because I was asking about other holidays, because I was writing like something about holidays that we inspired or that we created, besides the obvious ones. And AI denied our role in Memorial Day as well. It just, it said, oh no, that doesn't have anything to do with Black Americans. And I said, you sure? And again, I had to pull out dates and names and confront AI. And then it finally broke down and said, yes, they were the earliest people to celebrate Memorial Day. And, newly freed people celebrated Memorial Day in South Carolina. So be careful with AI. Double check, triple check, make sure that they're not trying to Europeanize everything like everything on the planet is trained to do.
That's the danger of computers. If you click on my page, you'll see like my background. I'm teaching Python. I do that in my spare time with one of my professor friends. She has a little program to teach kids in the poor neighborhoods how to have access to STEM. And I teach Python, which is a programming language that's used to fly drones. It's very useful. But if you click on the page and look, you'll see that you teach a computer um, like you teach a child. It's actually called conditional statements. If X, then Y. So what Wani encountered is a conditional statement early on in the program that says if Black Americans or any variation they're on, if Black people, whatever variation, then ignore or redirect or something like that. That's why our children need to be involved with STEM. They need to know this. And let me tell you some really sad shit. I found out last semester that a lot of historically Black colleges, including the one I taught at, um, are getting rid of books, and they're going. The libraries are going online database, so that way somebody by proxy can reprogram using conditional statements the books to say whatever they wanted to say. I know some people say, well, if it's scanned in, it looks authentic, but not really. There are algorithms to make it look authentic. So we're entering a whole new stage um, of information warfare that doesn't really make me happy at all. Um, in the jumbotron, I'm about to put a piece of scholarship for A. Philip Randolph. That's the gentleman that Wani was talking about. Hold on. Da, 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 da. There it is. So this is A. Philip Randolph. He's actually a pretty amazing guy. Um, according to the text, hold on, put it in jumbotron. There it is. Yeah, A. Philip Randolph was a elderman of the Negro labor leaders. It says for almost 40 years he was in the thick of the fight for improving working conditions and higher wages for all laborers. So he, like Wani said, he like a chess piece or like a domino. He initiated the movement that started Labor Day. Since we're talking about blacks starting holidays, I want to kind of deviate just a little bit and talk about how foundational Black Americans were responsible for white women getting their rights to vote under the 19th Amendment. Nobody talks about this. So um, during the 1920s, early 20s, um, there was an uprising of white women. It was a fire in lower Manhattan. You have to think of the immigrants, the Italians, the Irish, the Jewish women, but mostly the Irish and the Italians. They were forced actually, to work in factories, uh, making clothes. And a fire, the doors used to open inward. The doors of the factory buildings used to work inward. If you notice now, the doors open outward. That's directly because of this case I'm about to talk about. Well, there was a fire in this clothes making factory, and you had a bunch of white women. They weren't really white then, but Italian and Irish, mostly Italian women, and children making garments. The building burnt to the ground. The doors, given the fact the doors didn't open outward, when the fire department came to like open those big heavy doors, the fire caused them not to be able to open. So you had women, white women, jumping off the top of the roof, going splat on the sidewalk, children jumping off the top of the roof, going splat on the sidewalk, and a bunch of women from the poor neighborhoods watching this happen. After that, white women started marching down the streets demanding equal rights, XYZ. The white male power structure um, went out there brutally beating the mess out of them. Dr. Howard Zinn talks about how the police made a example out of one of the women by beating the pregnant baby out of her in front of everybody. But so, given the fact Irish and Italian women figured out that marching wasn't going to work, guess who they used? They start using black men. They start leaving work and hanging out, like our sister Wani told us the other day, hanging out in Harlem at the clubs. And just given the fact that white women were having sex with black men on a regular basis, in long story short, a deal was made. And the deal was basically, we're going to give you the right to vote if you leave those black dudes alone. So we're behind so many, like we're the sauce. We're behind. We're the initiating factor for laws being passed, for holidays. Um, Wani, wasn't Memorial Day created by foundational Black Americans?
Yes, it
Yes, it
was.
was. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Lonnie. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, okay. Um, Basically, it's the same thing. We were freed from slavery, and we were the first people to do this celebration. And then, of course, it caught on, and everyone did it. But because they like to muddy the waters, they like to, oh, we don't remember who did it. We do remember who did it. And they remember that strike, and they remember that that initiated the day and the raised wages because no one else was having that problem. Same thing with tipping. When I asked AI who created tips, the notion of tipping people, it said, oh, that's everybody. We don't know. It's American. It's just blah, 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 blah. And I said, no, that's incorrect. Tipping was done because white employers refused to give black Americans a salary. They refused to pay. They didn't want to say, you work for me and I'm giving you money. So they allowed them to work and they told the guests to give them a little bit of money if they liked their service. That's the only way we could get any money. They would tell the guest to give them money. That's where tipping began. Give them a tip. And it is definitely not only that, the reason that AI is extremely racist is because when I generally just asked a general question about where did tipping, what initiated tipping, where did that come from? It said, definitely not you. Then I said, did black people create tipping? Nope, 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 nope. But there's multiple articles on there saying, I mean, by economists who said tipping is a relic of slavery. Why are we still doing it? It had nothing to do with us, but it's a relic of slavery. And that article is a very well-known magazine. It was basically saying we should stop having that and we should start paying people an honest wage and stop putting that on the customer because it's an old remnant of the slave system.
That's ridiculous. I never knew that.
We need to
That's
start
interesting.
entering information into these AI apps, to these AI programs, so that we can feed it what we want it to know, so that it could get programmed to say what you say, the true things about foundational Black Americans, because a lot of these programs are programmed to be racist, just like the self-driving cars running over Black people. And I know it's not funny, but a lot of AI, a lot of robotic and computer programs are very racist. So we have to do
I
what
have
we can to change.
I have
Yeah.
I have a really good friend, who's kind of actually one of my slick boss because I do projects with her. But she's professor of computer science, black female now, foundational Black American from Mississippi. Got a PhD from a leading college in computer science, and people are just not happy with it. Everywhere she goes, like professors get all insecure, particularly the Asians, because she's not supposed to be there. But this lady bad. She's sharp. Well, she was showing me how AI. These people are so sick, dude. Like AI has been trained to not recognize dark skin, and it was linked to those. If y'all ever been to Walmart and put your hand, or to the department store and wash your hands, the automatic hand washer. If you know,
Oh my God.
if you know, yes, ma'am. Yep. You ever notice how it don't recognize your hand?
Yes.
It's trained not to give you enough as much water as lighter skin. Now, somebody filed a suit, but they claimed that it was an accident. The defense was, given the fact the original software was trained on white skin, it wasn't trained on black skin, so it was just oops, a mistake. But I don't buy it.
And well, band-aids are racist. The whole system is. I mean, if why are they only training it on white people? And those dogs, those robotic dogs, I bet you they're trained to only see dark skin. You know those robotic police dogs?
Uh-huh.
I bet you
Yeah,
they
they're
yeah.
terrifying.
Do they bite?
They shoot.
Oh boy.
Yeah, the Marines use them now, and you're not going to outrun it. I mean, we're entering a whole new epoch. It's and it's like having historical knowledge like makes me just like I don't know where to begin. I feel like just getting a bullhorn and like standing on the corner like a crazy person and just start warning black people. We're entering into like this one world government where everything's digitized and oh man, I couple years back now, several like 4 years back, there was a Walmart on Germantown Parkway in Memphis, Tennessee, and they were doing construction on it, but they kept the store open, and I took a wrong turn walking in there and ended up in the what do you call it, loss prevention, where they have all the cameras and stuff like that. And I noticed that the cameras were locking in on people's faces, like kind of like a targeting system or something. And I noticed right next to that square, square locking on people's faces, was a brief description of who it was and what I'm saying, if any issues will arise. And I was like, oh my God, that's so dangerous. Like they're recording who we are at Walmart.
Wow.
The moral of this story is we need to get our children involved in STEM and computer science, um, because we're froze out of of that area. I joined Twitter because when I worked on a that grant studying COVID, um, I realized that we didn't have enough black physicians, and I realized that a lot of the historically black medical schools were dominated by Eastern Indians and other. It wasn't any black people there. It was some diaspora people. It was rarely any black people there. I took my students to visit Meharry, and Meharry's a medical school in Nashville, and we went there, and the Black Student Union bought us uh, bought my kids lunch, and it was beautiful. But I realized that at Meharry was just shy of, it was like 40% black, and it's a black medical school. Like some of the medical schools are just dominated by foreigners.
Lori
Um,
goes there,
but
or Lori went there. Dr. Lori.
is she in here?
No, but she went to that school.
Yeah, it's a beautiful school. but it was about, I think they're telling me it was 40%, which is relatively high. But my point is, we need representation in STEM. We need representation, and we need more attorneys that are, um, fighting for the Black cause. But the new wave of control is coming from that computer, and our kids are not involved. Oh man, I don't want to hog the space with this, but I'll say one more thing. In 2021, I was I got hired by a school system in Memphis to teach. I'm certified to teach computer science, um, and I went to teach a computer science course. And the course is really neat. The way it works is it's only 3 assignments for the year. So the first assignment is the children pick either a hardware or a software. It's like an invention. So you're either going to invent a hardware or a software, and or uh, so that's first grade. So when they write a big paper on what they're gonna do and why they're gonna do it, that's cool. Now for the rest of the year, they're just gonna design what they said they were gonna design, right? And that's their second grade. Their last grade, their final, is their project. To operate their project, whether it's hardware, software, or a combination thereof. So these kids were out of a neighborhood called Fraser. It's the poorest neighborhood, one of the poorest neighborhoods I've ever been in my life. I had to buy one of my little boys some shoes. Um, you know, a couple of my kids were actually home. How do you go to high? Whenever you think about complaining, imagine going to high school every day when you're homeless. Um, yeah. But anyhow, the state of Tennessee gave me that program, that command, and I just got a text. Okay, yeah, and I start teaching it, and all of a sudden I was like, well, I need resources. I need computers. I need chips. I need some soldering irons. And they're like, oh, sorry, don't have a budget for you. So they gave it to me knowing that they didn't have a budget to buy me what I need for the class to be successful. So I reached out to the United States Air Force, Space Force Association, and they supported me. They gave me everything I needed, plus, I'm saying, to the children, which was not supposed to happen. So I had one of my little girls did software. She designed an algorithm, an app to find out the cheapest price of weave in Memphis, and she was going to sell it for $5. Just brilliant. One of my little girls did a robot that was going to walk around and pick up trash, and another one of my little boys designed a robot to fly around and take picture of criminals. And so we're working. We're saying, and my whole hallway is quiet. This school has fights, shootouts, all that type of stuff. And they were like, why is Dr. Long's hallway so quiet? The white teachers, right? So all of a sudden, in the middle of the first semester, when one of the white teachers is recording, they're like, um, Dr. A, they recording us. Why he out there? He in front of my classroom recording them, putting stuff together. And I confront him about it. I'm like, why in the hell are you recording these children? Like, you need permission from a parent to record a child. I'm not recording them. I'm just texting, standing in my doorway, just film. Well, a couple weeks after that, I'm walking to lecture, and kids are running up to me saying, "Why you kick me out? Why you kick me out the class?" And I said, "I didn't kick you out." So I sit down at my desk, and long story short, somebody at the state of Tennessee canceled the class because it was actually the kids were actually learning how to program. They got rid of my course. Um, I think that teacher, that white teacher, reported that we were actually putting stuff together, but they canceled it and put the kids in cosmetology and PE.
This is why I don't. This is why I just don't even feel like. And I'm not criticizing you, Professor. I'm just giving my opinion. My feelings, because I know I can't change anything. But this is why I just say, let's just educate our kids over here. Y'all stay over there. They don't even have to know what our kids are learning. Because anytime I see a black child doing very well in a white environment, there's always something that they do to undermine, especially in a situation like that where you have a lot of black children learning a skill that's going to give them the upper level above society, because that those skills, those skills would have put them in a very preferential place. So they don't want to see black children do that. They don't want to see black children do that. They're going to do anything they can to stop it. So
Yes, Nikki, and that's you're exactly right. And no, you didn't offend me at all. That's when I learned. I learned that there's an active agenda to make sure that we don't, we stay in our place with respect to a caste system. Um, they didn't have money to buy a computer chips and soldering irons, but they have all the money in the world to support the football team. You know what I'm saying?
That's interesting. I think that we should realize that we're always part of a trend, unfortunately, but we get affected the most. So if the trend in America is everyone is getting a divorce, then we're going to get more divorces. But it is a trend. It's definitely a problem in this country and in the West. People have more options and they think they could do better, or they get bored, or they don't need the person. Things are not like the way they were in the 40s and the 50s and before, where people really relied on each other. They don't really, generally speaking, they don't really rely on each other like that. And there's too much access. Just imagine if you were living on a farm and your mother said, "Hey, that girl, uh, Casey Sue is pretty. What about her?" There's not a lot of people to choose from in these environments. And we have tons of people to choose from, supposedly, because of the internet. It gives you the appearance like there's millions of people out there. And these other relationships were, I think, so much better because people's families knew each other, people lived near each other. They could keep people together. People could shame you into, sometimes not that was good, but they could shame you into trying harder. um, there's just more support. And that is not the case. It's not our fault. It's because the way that the United States is structured, people move away from their families. All this noise. People move away from their families for jobs and they're not near their parents. And they have just basically, the way it's structured has just torn all the families apart. A lot of things have torn families apart. And that's one of them, the way it's structured to say, oh, there's a job offer in Texas and I live in Louisiana or whatever. And people just move. Um, Unfortunately, that's the way it is. Women are have to work. Nobody is taking care of their children. Everything that we really base the American structure on has failed, and it's not us. It's just a trend in the United States, and that's just the way it is. I mean, I don't know what we can really do about it.
Now you say trend. I'm gonna say it's a conditioning process. Like I think it's intentional. To me, when I hear trend, I think of something that's kind of organic. But I found out since I've been on X that the whole reality TV was created by a foreigner, a Caribbean. To my the Desperate Housewives series, and it made sense to me because I had a couple of my friends, my colleagues rather. One of my colleagues, a master sergeant, retired master sergeant in the Air Force, was just trying to come in my office and like about to start crying. He was so upset because his wife of 12 years or 11 years rather um, start watching. He said they had a perfect marriage, two beautiful kids. Saying he on his pension and got a teaching job. Bringing in the bread. She don't really have to work. And he said he came home one day and saw her watching Desperate Housewives of Atlanta. And he's like, "What's that?" So he sat and watched it with her a couple of times. And all of a sudden, he said she started emulating the things she saw on Desperate Housewives. A long story short, she went and got a boyfriend and stuff because that was going on. And but I know y'all are thinking this is a grown woman, but these shows are influential and it's a lot of psychological warfare in these shows. But like Wani said, we're being conditioned to. I don't know what we're being conditioned to turn into. I can't even imagine what the United States
I
is going to be like in
do
40.
not know. It's really a puzzle because they don't want people to be married. They don't want people to raise their own children. That's a no no. some random person, some daycare person has to raise your children. They don't want people to stay home with their children. They don't want you to bond with your children. I remember they did that to us. They didn't want us to bond with our children because they were going to sell them. People like Frederick Douglass saw his mother twice, according to his writings. Um, I don't know what the plan is. I remember I was in Iceland and this tour guide was telling me that she wanted to get married, but people in Iceland didn't get married. They knew each other. It was like it's a small population, and they I don't know how to describe it, but they're just relaxed. Like, yeah, you know that's my kid, and I know you, and I don't have to do all that. It's extremely strange. But she was from Poland, and Iceland was her adopted country, and she had a son, and she was dating somebody, and she expected to get married, and he was like, "What? Why would I do that? We don't do that." These are trends, and unfortunately, there are also agendas, and I don't know what the agenda is. When I said trend, I kind of meant like the way that America goes, we go too. Unfortunately, we have to go along with it. I mean, obviously, people staying home and raising their own children produced better generations, right? It's your child. You should raise it, not dump it off at a daycare where somebody is overburdened with 30 or more children. But America has set itself up to not do that. So that's what looks very suspicious, and it's not directed at us. It's everybody has to deal with that. So they want this for this society, and it is a trend in the West. And I really don't know what that is. It's not healthy. It's not good at all. So I'm not sure why they're doing that to everyone.
Interesting. Cool breeze.
Hey, how you doing, brother? Professor Alaich and Sister Nikki and Sister Wani. How you guys doing?
Peace.
Peace, family.
How you doing, bro?
Pretty good. I kind of want to give you, I guess you could say, a partial answer to that question, Ms. Wani. Um, because one of the things that I do, like I said, I have a private executive protection company, and part of my company is bringing human trafficking awareness. All right, and a lot of it is dealing with, like you said, um, not being a family, married, etc. A lot of it is dealing with, unfortunately, pedophile and human trafficking. Is something what you call grooming, right? Grooming your children and stuff, and a lot of the things is subliminal messaging. You know, to where now, they want your kids to be vulnerable and susceptible to those things as things that open sexually is okay, right? And kind of gets into the human trafficking thing. One of the things that I do is actually I do investigations on human trafficking, and it's a lot of information uh, dealing with situation awareness, grooming, and it goes down like a really deep rabbit hole. So, to partially give you an answer to that question, why they don't want the family together, because one of the things of some of the things in investigating, um, they they look for broken homes as to where there's not a strong male figure in the home. So, and that's their opportunity to take advantage, right? And I could go on and on. I do symposiums about human trafficking and stuff like that, and courses about human trafficking. It's a lot of information of how they try to subliminal messaging children, and they don't want strong families together because they deal with pedophiles and pedophilia. So I just kind of wanted to come up and kind of give you maybe uh, part of an answer
Hmm.
to that question,
I
because
appreciate it.
yeah, there's other things as well, but I yield the mic at that.
So with all these daycares and extended schools, your child is not even in your custody, and a lot of things can happen. So they have more opportunity to have access to your child. That's basically, I would be a nervous wreck if I was a mother. I would be a nervous wreck.
Yeah, and I'm hearing a whole lot about that, like a lot of the systems, like the brother was talking about, but and that's sick as hell. But let's look at it from another angle. In the jumbotron, I posted Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and this is gonna piss half y'all off. So Maslow identified what a human being needs, not wants, needs to reach this a state of being called self-actualization. Self-actualization is a point in your life where you're happy, you're zen, you can walk around with holes in your pants and don't give a damn because God is good. Well, the first thing, if you look at the red, is physiological needs. So it's important to identify that you're not going to get to self actualization, your most creative and most at peace self, without the red. Red is breathing. Well, I guess we got that covered. Food, water, shelter, clothing, and sleep. So off the bat, what percentage of foundational Black American children do you think are malnourished? Tater chips is not food. What percentage of foundational Black American children don't have a stable shelter? Um, and what percentage of foundational Black Americans are not going to sleep because they heard gunshots all night, like I did when I was a kid? So you need the red physiological needs to make it to the orange: safety and security, health, employment. Right there. How many of our foundational Black American men are unemployed? Property. I heard that we own less property now than we did right after Reconstruction. Family and social ability. That's what Wani was talking about. Marriage and close family groups. Our family's busted up. Love and belonging. Friendship. Family. Let's go back to friendship. We are conditioned to destroy each other, particularly Black males. Like, it's just a conditioning process where we're like beta fish, you know what I'm saying? Things are getting better, but we've been conditioned to destroy each other. Family. I would argue that Black family is the number one um, item of attack in America. Intimacy. The thing going on with our little boys, we call them MGTOW or something. The incels. They don't have intimacy, a sense of connection. You know what I'm saying? You need all those three to get to self-esteem. So right off the bat, we are blocked by the system from even making it to self-esteem. So why? What's another reason that we're being blocked? We're being blocked because if you don't have self-esteem, what are you going to do to make yourself to fake self-esteem? You're going to go buy some Gucci shoes. You're going to go buy some Tommy Hilfiger like the space the other day. You know what I'm saying? Our brokenness is included in the business model of America, and that shit needs to be addressed.
Well, I could tell you that my father addressed this when I was a small child. He addressed everything. And of course, I still wanted Twinkies and to go to McDonald's. But I came to my senses, and he would call the television the boob tube. He refused to watch it. And when he was on television, people would call us and go, "Are you looking at your father? He's in the band and blah, 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 blah. He's behind this." And he wouldn't even pay attention. He was like, "No, I'm not trying to look at that." So he thought the television was the boob tube. He said it was programming you. I actually don't have a television. All of those things sank in later. But at the time, it was just like he's being, pouring water on our parade. And but it was really all true. All of those holidays, they want to, try to make you think that you are a loser if you didn't get this for Christmas, or if you didn't get this big diamond ring, or if you didn't get this and that. And I think most people know that the keeping up with the Joneses was a very bad idea. And they do know that it's not as bad as it was at a point, but we're still fairly materialistic. And it is kind of like a fix. It's an emotional fix. You go out, you get clothes, and you feel good about yourself, or you feel happy that you got that purse or those shoes. It does give you a little emotional lift, but I am a staunch minimalist, very staunch. I'm very aware of what I'm buying, and I don't watch any ads on anything. YouTube, I download all my movies. I do not watch ads on any um, device because it does trigger you. I'm a vegan and I get triggered. I don't drink. I want beer when I look at them pouring the beer. I don't even like beer. That just goes to show you how powerful it is. I have had beer before. It doesn't taste good, but the commercial, it makes it look good. There's a lot of things I don't even eat, and it looks like, oh, now I'm hungry. These things are really powerful, really triggering, and people don't realize that, and they just let these things blast right into their face until they're buying things they don't need, eating things they shouldn't eat. And this is a very good chart. I was going to say, why is self-esteem up so high? And then I saw why. You can't even get to self-esteem until you have those other things. As I was going to say, the self-esteem should be low. No, the self-esteem is in the right area. That's very scary that people are not reaching that self-esteem, and that's what you need. That's what you need to have the proper attitude. I was going to say something when we were talking. My father went to an all-black school. His parents were educators, and his self-esteem was way better than anybody I ever met. It was better than mine. I had to learn to have self esteem because I was exposed to other people that would um, challenge my humanity. My humanity was challenged in general, not by a particular, white person in school, but in general. And my father just got a very clean, he went to an HBCU too, but he had such a clean education without all of the white supremacy in his face and people making him feel ugly about himself. He felt happy about himself and proud, and he had self-esteem, and I think that he he didn't have interactions with the police. Like the police would pull him over, and they didn't clash because he had a way about himself where he could be alpha male in terms of don't mess me over and you better respect me. This is something that has to be cultivated. These attitudes are not natural. You have to literally cultivate attitudes in order to have a better response with people, because at a point I was too friendly and too open, and I had to develop a different personality to get more respect from people because people would just walk up and say crazy things, take little snipes at you, take little digs. Um, I was lucky to have a father that had good self-esteem and a mother, but particularly my father, and me going to those school with a bunch of different people, that really made me have to relearn self-esteem.
Yeah, yeah. It's a lot of educational psychologists say if you have a black educational psychologists say if you have a child, it would be better to put them a school age child to put them in like a low socioeconomic school in the ghetto per se, where there's a risk of getting hurt, um, than putting them in the rich white school. And the logic is if you get physically hurt, you can recover, but if you get mentally damaged, you're probably not going to recover. I um I pulled that number. My dad. I went to Parker High School in Birmingham, Alabama. In the back then, it was in the heart of the ghetto, right across the street from the project. And I think I said this before, but it was so many gang shootings. At one point, the Crips and the Bloods were shooting it out, and the police showed up, and they just kept shooting. Me and my little sister were in the crossfires. My dad got a job at a gas station and put us in the white school in a really rich neighborhood. And I watched to this day on Facebook. I noticed how some of the foundational Black American students there, their identity was just screwed up. Number one, you it puts you in a position where you think that you're, and this gonna sound harsh, but where you, it makes it look like your life path is the same as a Caucasian's life path. And I had to get in my 30s before I realized that we're just not in the same world. One of the things that screwed me up the most, I'm confessing on Twitter Space, was I had some white male friends, still friends with them, but I just figured that if I did what they did, I was gonna be okay. You know what I'm saying? Everything would work out. What I didn't see is they had this hidden what do you want to call it, safety net. Just, I mean, none of them graduated from college, and they live in these 600 and $700,000 houses. Like, you know what I'm saying? I went to law school. My wife went to medical school, and we're up here renting. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got so much debt. Like, they don't go to college. They got an $800,000 house. Like, it's just a different world. And I think that it would be better for you to know, like, hey, this is where I stand. This is where I stand in this world, than to think that everything's equal, everybody's everybody, and then get grown and get just surprised. Carrie, what you got?
Hey,
I,
Carrie.
I just wanted to mention real quick, just right before Carrie, that's like that $1 billion worth of whiteness that they have. You remember when Chris Rock said that he's a millionaire, multimillionaire, and he lives among doctors and lawyers? He doesn't live. I don't know if you've ever heard that comedy skit. He doesn't live among other rich actors and actresses. He had to move by the doctors and the lawyers. Nothing's
Yeah, he said my next door. Yeah, shit was funny. He said my next door neighbor's a white dentist.
Yeah, it's never equal. It's never equal, and I've never heard anyone explain it to me like that. I'm just getting in my feelings a little bit. I'm just very passionate about everything black. I've never heard anyone explain it the way you explained it. How you would be more a black child would be more safe in an urban neighborhood because they can get over the physical damage more so than the emotional damage. That's a word right there.
It is. And I agree that conditioning is really damaging for the rest of your life.
Yeah, a black male has to. I mean, if you're in those conditions, you have to kind of like act a certain way. You know what I'm saying? You can't. I noticed right away that if you acted masculine, you were gonna get completely targeted. I was a kind of a quiet nerd, so that worked out for me. But I did observe that the only black males they allowed to excel were either in sports or black males. And this is back in the early 2000s, like a long time ago, late 90s, were black males who played sports or black males who kind of acted some type of way, kind of like effeminate. Um, Dr. Francis Quest Welsing kind of talked about that in the ISIS papers. This game is playing out, man. You
It
know what I'm
sure
saying?
is. I
Let
mean,
me ask,
all
I'm
the
sorry.
people that sorry, Andy, all the people that have warned us, I fully agree, but it's very painful to sit there and watch until everybody finds out like we found out about the Democrats. I've been knowing. I've known.
Same here. Same here.
Morning.
Carrie's gonna go next. I'm not trying
I'm
to be
sorry.
mean, but
I'm sorry.
I apologize,
Yep.
Andy. I cut Carrie off, and I wanted to give
Yes.
her a chance. She's such a sweet soul. I just wanted to give her a chance to speak. So if you could go ahead and unmute yourself, Carrie. Are you there, Carrie? Carrie also very. Oh, she dropped down and listener.
Oh,
Okay. Come on, Andy.
Oh,
Okay.
please forgive me. I wasn't trying to be rude. I was trying to append on to what Dr.
no, we know.
Tom, okay, pardon me, Carrie. I wanted to talk about the perniciousness of blackness. So I thought this was very interesting because that's the first level of it that I have, just really stuck on. I'm noticing the perniciousness of blackness. So I was holding a space, and one of my friends said, Andrea, I looked up what perniciousness means. And one of the meanings of perniciousness is lethality. And there is no area of our life that I have not seen where blackness did not affect, the outcome. So I just wanted to bring that in. I came up with, okay, I noticed, when I say the perniciousness, I'm talking about within our social construct. When you add the black factor into that, black people, black male, black female. um, the black thought, black feelings, black anything. There's a type of lethality to that. And it's that they make us anathema to humanity. That's all I wanted to say. I'm so sorry for interrupting you, Carrie.
Oh no, that's okay. You can keep going. Carrie dropped down. I'm trying to pull her up, but I'm on the computer and it's not. Let me see if she requests.
Let me try it. I don't see her trying to
Yeah,
come up.
but I argue in my book, and I believe that um, given the fact this American social construct is based on the royalist construct of England, kings, queens, nobles, knights, peasants, and serfs. Um, in order to have a king and queen, what do you need? You need a peasant. And we were identified as the peasant class. Maryland did that, what I'm saying, with the edict of 1638, I think, where it said no black can enjoy the fruits of white society. So this system needs a peasant class to operate.
No,
And
what
we
book said that?
go ahead. Oh, Dr. Claude Anderson's Dirty Little
Oh
Secret
yeah, it does
or
say that
Black.
in there. Yeah, he's right. Yeah.
Wait, he said it, or another book said we shouldn't enjoy the fruits of the white society?
Dr. Claude Anderson quoted it. It's a Maryland edict
Ah,
that says blacks are not allowed. I'm paraphrasing, but blacks will never be allowed to enjoy the fruits of white society. It was done by the state of Maryland.
that's odd because we're the fruits of white society. So we're going to enjoy ourselves. Thank you very much. We built white society, remember? There was nothing here but open fields. And we created agricultural gold, which justified the cities that we built.
He's talking about all of the land that we don't own anymore, and all the businesses that how they have access
Mhm.
to more businesses than us. I'm I'm thinking that that's what he's talking about.
He says, I just found it. He said, this Dr. Claude Anderson quote, the Maryland colony set the stage for black slavery in America by issuing a government policy that singled blacks out for subordinate and exclusionary treatment. He says in 1638, the first public edict or policy against blacks was issued by the Maryland Colonial Assembly. The edict declared that neither the original 20 free blacks nor their offspring shall be permitted to enjoy the fruits of white society.
So this was about free blacks in um during slavery.
Right.
Okay, got it.
But Maryland doomed us, and I think our lawyers need to keep that in mind when reparations claims come up, because there was a brief period in American history where we were egalitarian. It was ever so brief. I mean, it was screwed up, but it still was kind of, well,
Hmm.
we always had it worse,
I
but there were
agree.
white indentured. But Maryland said, no, 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 blacks are at the bottom, and they need to pay for that.
Well, one thing that they tried to do, and I'm glad they rejected, was they tried to make mulattoes a higher class. Like, oh, I want my child to go to this college. I want this to happen, and we rejected it, and the other white people or rejected it. So they did try to make these separate race classes, and then some other white people came along and said, no, they're just going to be one group. So that was good. Even though people may not like it, I think it would have been detrimental and we would have been messed up like some of these islands and screwed up in the head like some of the people that we're encountering.
Totally, totally. My that was Howard. Howard was created for the, the mulatto
Mother.
offspring of slave man. Yeah. And my grandmother was she was Honey Brown, and she got accepted to Howard on full scholarship. But back then, you had to send a picture, and she sent her picture. And when they saw her picture, they did the paper bag test, and she failed. So they had to, she ended up having to go to what's the name of that one? And I think it's Morgan State,
Mhm.
whichever one's in
Yeah, we
Baltimore.
overrode all of those paperback. Well, that was isolated to certain areas, but we overrode those things, thankfully, because then we would be doing improve the race activities and we wouldn't exist. We've proven what we want to be, point blank. We keep marrying black. We keep producing brown people. We've already chosen how we want to show up in the world. And if we didn't feel that way, we would be extremely light. We would be passing for white. Most of us would be like a light Latino. And we're not.
Triple X, what you got?
Oh, geez, it's only double X, dude. Uh,
Oh, I don't have
You're
my
no, it's
not
okay.
glasses
trying
on. I'm
hard
sorry.
enough.
No, it's okay. I would really like to say something without being. I just want to provide my like a thought. It's just a thought. And if y'all,
Hold on, but before Double X, before you do that,
so,
what's your
How
lineage?
well,
sweet
so
Where's
this
your family
somebody here
from?
person.
was talking about sports, right? They were talking about. I'm white, but I have like somebody
Like from where? Where's your family from?
in Toronto. I am Irish.
So you're Irish. Okay, carry
I
on.
just want to make this just a very quick point. This really was about me, but I would wonder if people would think about this because I know there was a conversation about sport earlier. Um, so I was talking to a Chinese dude. He identified as Chinese. He was Chinese. He was a Chinese med student, and I was saying to him because my son is a teenager, and I said like, how do I like? What would you say to me as a parent? What would be the best thing I would do? Like, how do I? And I was like, and then I was sort of confused because he was sort of like beating around the bush about like, how do I get, my son is good with math and science and physics, but like, he wasn't really giving me any ideas. So this dude full on says to me, and again, this is just what he says to me. He says like, I'm in Toronto, so think about like hockey. We have hockey here. People spend a lot of money on hockey. So he says to me, he goes, "Well, you know how like the white parents how they spend all that money on hockey?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Well, that's what my family does with math and science." And I was like, "Okay, like it's not that I didn't know that they did tutoring, but I didn't know that they did $20,000 a
They
year."
do cheating rings, is what they do.
Well, like I mean, hockey. I'm being very honest. Like I did hockey with my older son. I'm not doing it with my little kids. It was $20,000 just on power skating. Power
Oh, you're
skating
talking about
1 day a week.
hockey. But what
Like,
about
but no. So we were talking about sport. Sorry, I was doing something else, and I came back into the discussion. I know there was a conversation about sport. I didn't hear all of
uh
it. I didn't hear the entire
I don't
conversation.
remember the sports conversation. I
There was
don't
a, there
know.
was
I don't
there was
either.
something about sport. Something
No,
about
there wasn't.
there
I
was
don't think it
somebody
was.
mentioned sport. They did. I
Okay.
heard it.
You
Yes.
can get the hell out
Anyway,
of here.
it's totally
Can you
fine.
Out.
It's
turn
Please
totally fine.
remove her.
It's not. I
Please
guess my
Get
remove
point.
her out of
her.
here 'cause my computer isn't
She
working.
got my post removed. She was calling me all kind of
that
niggas and monkeys
that
and everything
was
else. Then she reported
Oh
me on
wow, I
X.
removed her.
Remove her ass from the stage.
Quan,
that
next
She's
time, come
gone.
off your mic and just interrupt her, and just
I,
if it's
I was trying to be patient, but I just couldn't take it
why.
anymore.
yeah,
She
but you're
actually
regular. We know who you are. Just next time,
Okay, well, she actually was calling me all kind of monkeys and stuff and niggas and
Why?
all of, and I reported her and X said that she didn't violate any terms. And so I told her ass to go jump off the bridge. And she reported my post and they actually made me remove my post and they suspended my account for a whole entire day because of her ass. Fuck her.
So we probably should just block her so she can't come back, because I think
Yeah,
this woman is the
I just
same one who
blocked.
got.
I did blocked her.
Yeah, because I think this is the same one who got Black Alpha Space taken down last week. Now I think about it, it was a white woman who raised her hand, and he said somebody got his space taken down or something like that. So
It's
this,
her. That's how she literally goes
I'm
into
blocking her.
spaces, and
Yeah.
she kind of like, she plays like, oh, I'm just coming in, I just want to offer, my submission, and then she'll say some crazy shit in the
Offer
comments, and
what?
then
I don't
she'll
even
go
know if she
report
was.
you. Yeah,
She
it's,
sounded
yeah,
like she
fuck
was on
that
too
bitch.
much.
Yeah, next time just come out. You could come out and say something. You can cut in because we know who you are, and it's
Right.
like, yeah, danger coming into our community. So we don't want that here. Thank you for telling us.
Yeah. Thank you, Nikki. Yeah, exactly. And I entertained it because I wanted to. I knew it was something loaded in there, but I believe what you're saying because yeah, it was loaded. It was like, wait a minute, we didn't
Well,
talk about
she
sports.
did sound like she was on, high speed meth or something. I don't know.
Well,
She could have been
Espresso
suckering
is
us into
meth.
like cussing her
this
out.
just goes to my point about us finally excluding people from our spaces, no matter what. I mean, I know we try to be egalitarian, but we have so few spaces where we get to hear our own uninterrupted voices and thoughts. I don't think we need to keep extending grace anymore.
Yeah, me and Andy, we knew something was wrong right away. We start throwing up thumbs down. The second she brought her butt up, her tail up here, we knew something was wrong. I
Oh, the
just didn't
minute
want
they're
her.
white, I feel
Yeah.
violated because
Why you
why are
coming
you
up here?
here?
Yeah.
Why are you on
She
the
does
Negro
that
League?
to a
Why
lot
are
of
you in
black
our
people.
business?
I'm serious, you guys.
Okay.
She
Well,
does
she's
that
blocked.
to everyone, and she'll say something racist, and then you'll respond to her, and you can report the post, and they won't violate her, but when you respond to her, she'll report you, and then they'll go ahead and suspend your account. So yeah, she does that a lot.
Did you
Yes.
hear anybody want to comment on Kamala saying that when she's going to sign the bill if she's elected? Ma'am, sign it now. Biden, sign it now. You're not going to hold that. I don't like that person. I don't care if she signs for anything. It doesn't matter. I'm not voting for them for a whole lot of other reasons that has nothing to do with reparations. If reparations was never a discussion, I would not be voting for the Democrats ever. And
I don't trust them. Yeah.
that's just based on their behavior with children, the LGBTQ being allowed to infringe on the rights of women and children and endanger children and put children in bad positions all over this country. That's the number one reason. I can't see how people can want to keep that going.
A
I just
Democrat will
don't
do
see
what
it.
will do what a Democrat will do. I used to vote for them too. I voted for Obama, but I learned that they didn't have any respect for us, and I kept it moving. Even if she just says, oh, you know what, hey, I've decided that it's not just going to be reparations, it's going to be lineage based reparations, I still wouldn't vote for her. I don't trust them. I don't
No.
trust them. Anybody
So, like I said, anything she's babbling her mouth about, she needs to do it now. Those bills are sitting right there. Do it now. There's no reason to wait, no reason to blackmail, no reason to extort votes out of people. Do it now. And
it's not
that
like Joe Biden is
includes,
going to stop her.
right, and that includes closing the border. Why aren't you doing it now? You're going to do it late. Why? Do it now.
I agree. She can absolutely do it now. She's in position to actually sign the bill as a vice president. So looking at it is just bait and switch. She's trying to bring people in to vote for her, knowing so damn well she's going to implement anything, any black agenda or policy going to benefit us. It's in which she's doing the same thing Obama did. Obama 2.0. She's not going to do anything, and we can see her. She's like as fake as a $3 bill. Like, I don't know why people are not seeing this.
Oh,
You
they
know,
are. They're seeing it, believe me.
Yeah. Obama introduced some of the most dangerous policies of all time. Have y'all heard of the Posse Comitatus Act?
I have, but I don't know
I'll
what
put
it is.
Yeah, I heard about it, but I
it's
didn't
down.
know what it is.
Okay, so before the Obama administration, it was illegal for the United States military to be deployed against an American citizen, right? Because the military is here to protect us, right? Makes sense, and they call it posse comitatus. So Obama, when he was in office, um, had a quote unquote terrorist in one of those countries, but this terrorist was had dual citizenship, American citizenship, and wherever the country was. And he wanted to hit this dude with a drone, like the Air Force found him locked into his heat signature, and they were going to hit him, but they're like, no, we can't, because he's an American citizen. So he had the bill revoked. I mean, and overruled posse comitatus just to take this dude out. uh, Professor Chris Hedges challenged it and got a judge to overturn it, but Chris lost because Chris didn't have standing. Long story short, it is now perfectly legal if the government wants to like take one of us out with a drone or have the military act like police officers and blow us away. Yes, that's what we're dealing with right now. Nobody talks about it.
There was a reason why they put that into place, but now it's overturned, right?
No, it's good law. From what I understand, it hadn't been overturned.
Okay.
It's
All
good.
right.
Yeah. What you got? Perfect.
Hmm. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Professor. How you doing, Wani and Nikki into the room? It's funny that you guys are talking about this because I was just thinking about this, of course, all day, every day. That's what we're gonna be doing anyway. Um, I think that the Democrats, I think that it's gonna be an uptick in violence against us when Trump gets in. We see this all the time. Even before elections, all of a sudden there's a big murder. Something's happening to us, or so on. I do believe that they behind a lot of stuff that has happened to us, y'all. You know, they know everything about us. They are in close proximity to us. They always have been. They're at our jobs. They're, like I said, they're in our legacy organizations, in our schools. They're over us. They have um, made it so that they're everywhere. And we got to get the hell away from these people. I was going to also say, too, when it comes to the Democratic Party, and we already know they use our faces, right? But they're able to do and push a lot of mess because of us. And I believe, and this is just me, two things. I believe that um, we be able to work better with the Republican Party, especially about our lineage, foremost. I think they'll roll with that better than the flat blackness that's been pushed by the other side. Last but not least, I think that this is going to push the Democrats to have to work with the Anglo Saxons on the other side, right? And they're not going to be able to do the things that they have been doing with our face. So it's like, okay, they can push anything. If you notice, everything they have pushed, we have been a part of it. We have been the face of it. They don't want to see those hardcore Republicans, and we are their shield, and we don't understand that. They're gonna have to sit at that table like men, and the Republicans gonna tell them, "Hell no, we ain't pushing this stuff. Fuck, I'm sorry to cuss. Hell no, we're not doing this." When it comes to them being in power, we are, like I said, their shield. They're able to push any and every damn thing. They can say that they want a dick on top of your head, and then for you to sing um, at the kindergarten's graduation, and it is gonna go. And I think that we need to really snatch back our power, the little bit that we do have, because I believe after this election is over for us for good. They already told us that. They already told us that we got your replacement here. So if they give them the power to vote, which they can do a lot of stuff, right? Then it's over for us. But we have been the face of them doing any and everything, y'all. We are, and I hate to say this, quote unquote, whether knowingly or unknowingly, the cause of a lot of this stuff. Because all they do is use our face and they can push anything. So I want to see them really man up with the Republican Party, which they're scared to do because the Republican Party gonna call them out. Now, don't get me wrong, it's a lot of things that I kind of side eye about them, but I'm able to work with them. And I feel like they see it a little bit different once we go ahead and break down what it is. and they're ambiguous. And I'm gonna stop right here. They're ambiguous when it comes to the Democratic Party. Any and everything go. Everybody's black. Whoever, it's just fuck shit. It's all, that whole party is a good time house. You see people hanging out in front, laying on the cars, people on the porch gambling. You go through the house, you got the old girl getting hit from the back. You got dude over here doing whatever. Got the mama down there high with her boyfriend sleep. All this is a ton of fuck shit, and we ain't really with that for real. Black Americans, we just kind of open to anything, letting them and allowing them to do everything. So now I feel like it's time for us to go ahead and put a stop to it before they take us out for good, as Umar Johnson say. All right, thank you.
Is
Well, yeah, good point. And looking back through history, black foundational Black Americans used to be Republican. Keep in mind, we were Republican. Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. But I want to point out something very interesting to y'all that's often missed. Do y'all know that the Democratic Party used to be the Dixiecrats? They used to be the party of the racist with rebel flags and everything. So what happened? Just to make a long story short, after Reconstruction, during when Lincoln got assassinated, um, Andrew Johnson, who was a Dixiecrat, hated black people from Pulaski, Tennessee, affiliated with the formation of the Ku Klux Klan. He started to reverse every policy that Lincoln, I'm not going to say gave to us because Lincoln was forced to, Frederick Douglass had a lot to do with Lincoln giving us, emancipation and other things. But Andrew Johnson started reversing it. And our ancestors, basically, long story short, voted in a Republican named Ulysses S. Grant, who was a real bad alcoholic. But it was rumored that Ulysses had a black friend, and our ancestors took a calculated risk, which turned out to be right because Ulysses S. Grant passed bills that got us Reconstruction, which was one of the most powerful times of our existence in this country. Well, the Dixiecrats took notice that these black men and women without college degrees or fancy organizations to join they got kicked their guy out. So check this out, y'all. In 1912, a candidate came up who was rumored to be part black. Does that sound familiar? Named Woodrow Wilson. Yep, they rumored that he black. He really black, y'all. That rumor came out. Um, and according to Dr. Claude Anderson, Woodrow Wilson needed the black vote. Stop right there. Woodrow Wilson needed the black vote to win the presidential election in 1912. In a formal statement to blacks, Wilson said he wished to see justice done for colored people in every manner, and not mere grudging justice, but justice done with liberality and cordial good feelings. Wilson further stated, I want to assure you, the Negroes, that should I become president of the United States, they may count on me for absolute fair dealing for everything by which I could assist in advancing their interests of their race in the United States. With such a public pronouncement, black leadership abandoned the Republican Party and rushed to support Wilson. So there it is right there. The Dixiecrats that turned into the Democratic Party said a whole bunch of sweet nothings, had dances and cookouts in 1912. Dr. Anderson further says that W. Du Bois was one of the first to champion Wilson's candidacy. And there you have right there a fancy Negro looking for butter biscuits. Nothing's changed, people. He was followed by Booker T. Washington, the NAACP, the National Independence League, and the Colored National Democratic League. Black America responded to their leadership and gave Wilson their votes. Their 100,000 votes put Wilson over the top and into the White House. After Wilson won the election, Congress drafted and sent to the president for his approval the greatest flood of new laws that discriminated against blacks that had ever been introduced by the United States Congress. The proposed laws advocated for segregation on public carriers, in hotels and workplaces, the total exclusion of blacks from the military and federal jobs. President Wilson thumbed his nose at black people and approved all of the proposed laws that propelled black people backwards. Conditions became so unbearable in the South that it triggered the Great Migration of blacks from the South to the large urban cities in the North between 1920 and 1930. Wilson encouraged the rigid maintenance of Jim Crow segregation in every department of the federal government. In offices that traditionally hired blacks, the jobs were given, listen to this, to deserving white Democrats. This is the same shit happening over again. Scores of blacks were fired from their jobs. Blacks were not allowed to compete economically. Sound familiar? Throughout the South, abuse escalated. Lynching skyrocketed. Blacks, as well as their crops, were burned. Their animal stocks were poisoned, and kerosene doused on their cotton. The little power of or voice that blacks had was stripped from them, and it's gonna happen again if they. All sorts of black supporters were being killed and abused. President Wilson failed to issue a single word in their defense. Like so many great white leaders before him, President Woodrow Wilson became just another great deceiver. We're looking at the same thing play out all over again. Actify what you got.
Yeah, a lot of folks missed the Dixiecrats made a comeback in the '80s. The Koch brothers, the Koch brothers paid money for the DLC, the Democratic Leadership Council, which was all Dixiecrats, led by the Clintons from Arkansas, the Tennessee Gores, and the James Carville from Louisiana. All those Dixiecrats made a comeback to move the Democratic Party away from civil rights and labor. Right, that was the whole idea of them coming back to the Dixiecrats making a comeback, and that is how we have the current Democratic Party. People ignore that part of history. Again, co-funded. People ignore that part of history, but it happened, and this is why we are where we are.
Yeah, Clinton is one of the reasons why we're so screwed up. He passed NAFTA. You know what you got, independent?
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, cool.
Yes, ma'am. I hear
Thanks.
you.
Um, I'm of the belief, if we're talking about Democrats, because as maybe not everyone, but maybe some people in the space, I used to be a part of that party for 22 years. Very active in that party as well. And I have some thoughts about them, right? I believe they're going back to their roots, right? I really do, because if we look over the time of the 1960s, which was really, it was in the late 50s, early 60s that this change happened, where black people or African American people or, whichever is preferred, I prefer myself to be called African American, but either way, started shifting from voting for Republicans to beginning to vote for Democrats, right? This was done as a result of the civil rights packages that were forced upon Lyndon Johnson. He didn't want to sign them. He didn't have any choice but to sign them, right? And that's where, back in those days, that you had some black people thinking, "Oh my God, yeah, they're really for us." Well, no, no, they're not. And they haven't been. They have been using black people, melanated people, for about, give or take, about 55 years. But that time has run out, right? The time has run out because, quote unquote, they don't need us anymore. That's why this big move, in my opinion, to illegal immigration and porting people over. Okay, porting people over to come into America has happened. They believe that they can control the votes of these people that they are letting in illegally, right? Giving them money, giving them a house, pretty much giving them reparations that they didn't even give us, and still haven't got, and they can use them for about, I don't know, maybe 40, 50 years, and then I don't know what their next move is. Beats me. But in the same aspect, that's why I completely believe this now. It's obvious, right? You can go into any major city, right? And when African Americans or Black Americans migrated from the South, especially to the northern states, they went inside of, like Detroit and Milwaukee and Baltimore and some cases New York, and I can keep going. Chicago. It's ironic that each of these cities now are being overran by these illegal immigrants. Well, why is that? Right? Well, why is that? Is because it was on purpose. And I just do not think that any form of the modern day Democratic Party that exists, which I really kind of go back to the Dixie, as someone mentioned it, the Dixiecrat Party, I think they're just coming back to who they always have been. And I think we have to start looking out for ourselves and our people and what we need, right? On an economic basis first. Who is going to benefit me and my family and my community the best economically? If it's definitely not the Democrats right now. But the votes have to go on that. And if for some reason nobody's bringing that to the table, then we need to withhold our votes, because otherwise than that, it's just going to be assumed that we are all going to just groupthink vote one block, and that can't happen anymore. We are at we are literally at a crux, right? That we have to make a serious, serious decision about, we're not being used anymore. And that's the bottom line. And so with that, I'll give up the mic.
Oh yeah, well, lovely point, sister. Now you brought up something very powerful. Now, what I told before you spoke, I illustrated that Woodrow Wilson's fake "I'm black" politics. Let me help the black man, but stab him in the back politics initiated a great migration. People from my home state of Alabama went to Chicago and Detroit, where I have family. If you were from South Carolina, you migrated to New York. If you were from Mississippi, you went to Chicago. You went to Chicago. If you were from Louisiana, you went to Los Angeles, and Arkansas went to Los Angeles. This was all by design. Well, the point I want to illustrate is like I've said in spaces before, that's the playbook. When the blacks start to rise, when foundational Black Americans start organizing and getting our act together, or as Dr. Howard Zinn says, we become the center of attention. The playbook is send the immigrants. So the immigrants that ran us up out of Alabama and Mississippi and Louisiana were the Irish, right? And to some extent the Italians. But look at this, we are looking at a great migration in reverse. So, foundational Black Americans are becoming aware, which is very dangerous. We're becoming aware. We're starting to coalesce on each other. Even these young ones, I teach Gen Z. They're starting to coalesce. They wearing, man. One of the first steps of self pride is wearing your own hair. Our little kids love their beautiful little hair. You know what I'm saying? When I was coming up in the '90s and early 2000s, no, you couldn't have no afro and no the little boys call it woofing. You know what I'm saying? No, you couldn't do that. But they love it now. They love who they are. So the Great Migration is in reverse. Instead of sending Irish and Italians, they're sending the groups from South America to where? Chicago, to New York. So the great migration is happening again. It's happening in reverse. I want to read some scholarship from Dr. Howard Zinn's A People's History of the United States, page 227. Doctor, and this is around 1847, during right before the Great Migration was initiated by immigrants. Dr. Howard Zinn says, how can these new Irish immigrants, themselves poor and despised, become sympathizers with the black slave? Amen. That's happening again. How can these new immigrants from South American countries empathize with us? They can't. We competition. We food. He says, empathize with the black slave who was becoming more and more the center of attention, the subject of agitation in the country. Indeed, most working class activists at this time ignored the plight of blacks. Eli Moore, a New York trade union leader elected to Congress, argued in the House of Representatives against receiving abolitionist petitions. Racial hostility became an easy substitute for class frustration. That sentence right there is the danger we're facing right now. Are we not dealing with class frustration right now? Is the middle class disappearing? Are grocery prices too high? Is everybody, every race across the board, just pissed off about the value of
Yes,
our
they
money?
are.
But what did Dr. Zinn, the brilliant Dr. Zinn, say about that? In the playbook, when everybody's mad about class hostility, go ahead and throw the race in there and do a bait and switch. I'm not mad at the government for fucking up my money. I'm mad at those blacks. We're in danger, ladies and gentlemen.
They always do that. They never see the proper picture. White people are always off kilter, and they don't know who to fight. You know what I'm saying? They see some Venezuelan gangs running around taking over apartments. Hey, the black people did something. We have a very high visibility, and everybody else is pretty much socially invisible. So we're always under the spotlight. But what I wanted to say about some stuff that was said, I don't believe that any group coming here is going to replace our vote. I just don't believe it. They don't even talk about a Hispanic vote. They all day long, the black vote, black, 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 black. And that's because we voted in a block. And these other people split their votes. So yeah, they might give some people some free housing and things, but those people, when you pull the curtain back at the voting booth, you don't know who they're voting for. And it turns out that, Hispanics and Asian people do not vote. Um, for one party or another. They split their vote. White people's vote it doesn't have any value. They don't decide anything. Their vote is split. They don't have any power on their vote. And the sad part about it is no matter who wins, white people are going to be mad because we're just being ripped off on both sides. White people are going to be mad, and of course, black people are going to be mad. None of us is going to be happy with the results. I can't even remember an election where I could say, yeah, now things are going to get better. We keep being having that carrot on a stick. If you elect me, this is going to happen, and that's going to happen, and we never get those things as a country. We don't get those things. Have you ever seen people so angry? They think this is a sport. Like my team won and their team wins and they're still mad. What happened? White people so-called team won, Trump won, they were still mad. They didn't get what they wanted, the wall didn't get built. So, you know what? Somebody's going to
Yeah,
have to
a lot
make
of
us
people.
happy, or else we're going to start acting out in the streets. The Americans are just going to, at some point, join in and all freak out at the same time on the same thing because they have just been playing with us on both sides, and it's really getting tiring putting up all these problematic candidates. It's just ridiculous.
I think,
I've never seen anything like it.
I think it was
The
something
woman, what
odd.
you got?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah.
Did
What
you
you do?
do you
And
all remember when Biden was speaking to the Congressional Black Caucus and he let this slip? He said the United States is not just messed up because of black people. Does anyone remember that statement?
What?
I don't remember that one.
Okay, yes.
Yes. Oh, I'm gonna find it so I can put it in the
That
jumbotron.
is a very dangerous thing. Um, we're made the scapegoat of everything. So if you look at the face of immigration, and white people will say the immigrants are causing all this dissension, the lowest common denominator and the first people that they will blame some kind of way is that black people are responsible for the failures of our government. And they've been able to psychologically substitute blackness for contagion, blackness for economic decline, blackness for intellectual decline. And that you're right, we are in a dangerous situation.
Yeah, scapegoat is a very powerful word. I'm gonna get to it after the woman. What you got, the woman?
Yeah, hi, peace to the space. I just wanted to say that this election has been probably one of the weirdest ones I've ever seen, and what I mean by that is, I see the commercials of the campaigning and the ads, but it's something weird about this election because it's almost kind of like Trump isn't really campaigning nearly as hard as he was in any of the other elections. At least it doesn't feel that way. It's kind of like he just already thinks that it's done already. And I know a lot of people feel kind of like that's the case. I hear a lot of people in the FBA spaces say, when he wins, and I'm not voting for him, but I hope he wins. I'm gonna just keep it real and say it. I don't think he's necessarily gonna do anything for us as FBA people, but as we've listened to in a lot of spaces, there are some consolation prizes that we may receive. So That being said, you guys were speaking a little bit about immigration earlier. I live in Georgia, born and raised. I live in the Metro Atlanta area, and the Metro Atlanta area is literally. I hate to use the word, but it's literally infested by illegal immigrants. Like it's not even close. And what makes it so what adds insult to injury about that is they come over here with anti-black hate already. A lot of them look at us like they don't even want us here. It's not like they're here like, okay, I just want to, because they kind of sell that narrative of, oh, they're just trying to make a dollar, and they just want an opportunity to have the American dream and take it, all those little sob story narratives. But these people really come over here with a deep rooted anti-black hate that they have for us. And so it's not even like these people are really even trying to cape for anything that we got going on. They're just coming to take. They're coming to eat, they're coming to take, and they're coming to move us out of the paint. And so with that being said, I'm a realist. I think we've already been replaced, to be quite honest with you. And I don't ever speak with a defeatist type of mindset. I don't speak with, oh, it ain't nothing we can do now type of mindset. But we've already been replaced. There is no what happens when, or what will happen if these people finally get replaced by us. Um, I do kind of agree a bit with what Wani said a little earlier when she was saying that our vote may not necessarily be replaced by immigrants, which to an extent is very important. But I do let's say if Trump comes back, to what extent will he really deport these people back to their homelands?
That's
That's
the question.
that's what I want to know. Like, how many of these people will be asked to leave, will be made to leave? Because if there are already 30 million illegal migrants here already, and he deports 5 million, that's still 25 million illegal migrants here. So that being said, okay, he sent 5 million of them back, but they're already in our country soaking up all the resources already. So my question is even and there and we're even if Trump gets elected, we're still talking about, where are we, in September? We're still talking about a few months before any of his policy even goes into effect. So that gives these people another 4 5 months at the rate that they're immigrating here. That could be another, who knows, 5 million more illegal immigrants over here. So the point that I'm getting to is if you look at the numbers and you look at the math, even if Trump builds this big wall and he deports all these people, how really affected are we already, and will it actually do anything to really help start pushing us as FBAs forward? Because you know, I'm even of the mindset of this. Let's say every single illegal immigrant was deported, and we're back to normal, so to speak, where it was just kind of Americans here. You had a few immigrants here and there, but it was primarily just Americans. I have a feeling they'll move the goalposts back and somehow still not give us the resources, even if all the immigrants are gone. So I just like, anybody have any thoughts on that? I'd like to hear that and
They
out.
have to give Americans resources because they'll need us to fill jobs. So they'll have to start training us like they're training all the foreigners. And it's just isn't even about black people at this point. They don't want Americans to have jobs. They've got Indian people that put entire caste systems into the IT company and fired all the Americans, black, white,
Wow.
or otherwise. So they're playing hardball, and some of these companies are letting them do it, and some of these situations are going down. They don't have the same ethics that we do, where
Well, let
they're
me
going
let
to
me let
hire
me
a mixed group of people.
let me say this. What the immigrants are also doing is, I hate this narrative that has been placed on FBAs is, we're lazy. The immigrants come over here and they work the jobs y'all don't want to work, and that's not true. They work the jobs that we are willing to work, just not for the money that they're willing to work for. if that makes sense. They're willing to work for, I'll give you a perfect example. I'll use ride sharing. I know several people who do ride sharing, Uber, Lyft, et cetera, et cetera. At one point in time, I personally know people who have told me only 2 or 3 years ago, it was kind of like $1 a mile. So if you drove somebody 30 miles, you make $30. Now, the type of prices that they're sending now, they want people to drive 45 minutes to an hour for 13, $14. And guess what? The reason why they're insulting people with these prices is because these Venezuelans, these Guatemalans, these whoever, they get over here and they get a car and they say, you know what? I'll take it. I'll drive an hour for $10. Work is work. And so that ends up effing up the economy for all of us. So now the FBAs, the Americans just in general, who were getting that dollar amount, who were making somewhat okay, sustainable money, now they're being undercut by immigrants. I'll give you one more example. There are a lot of lawn service companies. When I used to live in Georgia, all the majority of the lawn, like the landscaping companies, all FBA owned, all FBA people having contracts with apartments, having contracts with businesses, et cetera, et cetera. Every single landscaping company I see now is all Hispanic. And most of them are all undocumented. I can guarantee it. You want to know why? Because the contract to the FBAs, they say, hey, give us 1,200 for the whole entire project, or give us 1,500 for the whole entire project. The Venezuelans come and say, we'll do it for half. We'll do the whole apartments for $500 and we'll split, $80 a piece, and that's good enough for us. So they're undercutting all our businesses. Just, and anybody who knows anything about the streets, knows anything about any kind of business, if you want to make the most money, you sell the same product or service for somebody else for cheaper price, and you're gonna beat them every single time. So with that, I'll land if anybody wants to expand.
I want. Can I say something
Yeah,
right behind them really quick?
go
But
ahead.
you gotta understand as well. They got a safety net, which is our government. So it's funny that you say that. Like they can undercut you, because the Democrats and probably a few of the Republicans are signing off on this stuff too. Is giving them a safety net. So they have housing, they get the contracts, they get money, they get everything they need. We don't. So we can't undercut anything. And that's why I say, even if I got to hand it off to the Republicans, the Democrats, they want us to die. This is purpose. They walked away from. Did y'all see? They just looked at you and walked away from you like you wasn't shit. Man, they gotta go. Fuck what you talking about. Yeah, we understand these rhinos. I don't know what the fuck they gonna do. And I see this dude down here. I don't know, but I do know what they have done to me, and I know that they gonna continue doing it to me. And I can't fuck with them demons. I just can't. They walked. Black folks that look like quote unquote me walked away. I'm saying, excuse me, wait. We begging them. What's going on? Don't tell them anything. This is our bill, man.
Mr.
Whew.
Perry,
Black
have you
Americans. Yeah.
I think you've hit on something that we are going to have to acknowledge before we can even get to the seat of power, and that means that our Black legacy orgs, all those things that we support with our money, our churches, our sorors, everything that we put a dollar in, it is time now, sir, to start punishing those people. And by that I mean I'm a Church of God in Christ person, okay? I'm still going to be a Christian if I die tomorrow and I'm resurrected today, okay? I'm still going to be the same person. However, I'm no longer going to send my ties to that. I belong to a sorority, a white sorority, people. So let's just get this straight. Unfortunately, Andrea couldn't get into an HBCU. Um, I'm not sending any more money to that. We have our local Congress people that we deal with, commissioners, police chiefs, fire chiefs. We're still supporting Black people who lead for, who speak for us, who represent us. There's not enough anger directed at the person that I come in contact with daily. And what I'm saying is, we're going to have to start directing our anger and start shunning those people that we can exercise some social power over, so that they're no longer delivery people. They no longer are able to deliver our vote. We need to weaken their voice. They're no longer able to speak for us with power. Just like what happened in California. I've been talking about this forever with our political pimps, meritorious manumission mammies. They've always been. There's no way in the world that Maxine Waters should be allowed to have spoke for Black Americans, especially in California, with her record for Black American advocacy. And this is what we're talking about.
Preach.
So
We're
so
Go ahead, sir.
so just really quick, what I'm saying, because I kind of, and I hear exactly what you're saying. I kind of want to take it back to my original question, which is, if and when Trump comes back and he deports however many immigrants that he deports, whether it's 5 million or 10 million, if it's already so many of them here, they're already undercutting us on every aspect of business. How do we regain that structure of the FBA owned businesses getting those contracts again, and kind of flipping the way the system is, as far as them being able to take all the jobs, which I think Trump was kind of talking about with the black jobs. I'm still a little confused about exactly what he was meaning by black jobs, et cetera, et cetera. But he kind of was speaking, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, but he kind of was kind of speaking about jobs that I guess black people could be working, they're being taken by immigrants. So, that's that. My question to anybody in this space is, how do we shift that power back to us to start being able to get those contracts again and to get these immigrants, I guess, out of here, so that our money and our livelihood isn't undercut because they're willing to work for nothing just to be over here.
That's what our politicians are supposed to negotiate. Unfortunately, we don't have any. We just have a bunch of coons that want to get take pictures and brag about being the first black whatevers. And we really, how long are they going to do this? Do they know that they're supposed to negotiate things, or do they just stand around being black? Is that your claim to fame? You're black.
Yeah,
They def-
they just want some clout. That's all.
And
Apparently,
money.
because if that's what's going to happen, if neighborhoods are going to have potholes and not have schools funded under them, people need to just vote for white people. At least you can get a pothole filled and get some school money. Because,
Mm,
like, what are they doing? Every town they run looks like apocalypse has hit.
mm-hmm.
Preach
We're
it.
easy targets. We're very easy targets as Democrats. Look at these
That's because
towns. All you have to
that's
do is
because
show these towns.
we don't have the money to sue. I was talking to Kwan the other night, and she was talking about PACs. If you remember, at the beginning of the civil rights, we didn't have PACs. What we did come together as a community and do is have lawyers represent us. So outside of punishing them socially, we're actually going to have to punish them legally. I think, what's his name? John Lewis. You remember the area that he had represented for years? He
Yeah.
should have been sued by Black Americans
Yes.
within his constituency for political malfeasance. And what I'm saying, until we get to that point to where we're doing that, you're absolutely right, Mr. Perry. We're not going to be successful. I keep
We
bringing up this.
absolutely need to do that. I see that we need to do not several,
Yes, several.
thousands of lawsuits.
Thousands. And you know what? I keep bringing this up because I am a veteran. And I want you all to go back and look at this. I know I put a link in it on my page. I need you all to go back and look at how those veterans have, as a family, have gone back and created a a nationwide suit against what Black veterans have not received. We're going to have to go back to the drawing board and start studying that. I use that as an example because I'm hoping someone much more educated than I, hint, hint, professor, hint, hint, will go back and look at that lawsuit and speak to us what we need to do as a community from that standpoint. And on that, I'll land. Thank you for letting me speak.
Like a class action. That's a good. Send me that information. Let me go to Fun President and then Quan.
Hey, how's it going? I wanted to touch on the question that you had asked in terms of how do we restabilize our vote if there's more of them here than us.
Hold
So,
on. One question. One question. What's your ethnicity?
Black.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm,
Carry
I
on.
mean, I'm only half. Is that okay? Like but I'm black,
Okay.
black.
Half black.
I said, okay.
No, specify.
Black,
Oh,
black
What's your full
I'm
what? We
ethnicity?
black,
have to
black
ask
and
black what? Black
black and
what?
Filipino, black and
oh Lord.
Filipino,
Oh
black and
Lord.
Filipino.
Oh Lord.
Okay.
Kamala Harris said she was black as well, so we got to make sure we
I'm
understand.
49% black, and
Oh
then
Lord.
20 and Filipino is the other
Well, how
half.
did you get 51% Filipino?
No, I said the other half. Was that?
Well, how do you know?
Just 23 and me.
Did you look it up? Oh,
Go look
okay.
at his media. His you have some interesting media. You must be an artist. Wow.
Um, with AI though, not like me
Oh
personally.
yeah. It
But
seems like you're an
I'm
artist.
a prompt engineer for it.
Oh, okay. That's good.
But I am because I'm actually a moderate. So I'm not a Democrat, but I'm not a MAGA person. I'm in the middle, but I'm a moderate because I chose not to be outside of the two party system until a party that works, a third party that works is there. So like Andrew Yang is a friend of mine who is starting the Forward Party, and it's a nightmare. So it's like it's looking like it's going to be the duopoly for a minute. But I figured by being on the right side of center, but the left side of crazy, that means that's a space that nobody's occupying right now, and that's a prime space for blacks, Hispanics, LGBTQ, like all of the people who are
Wait,
done
left
with the
side of
Democrats.
crazy?
MAGA. That's why I say chaos MAGA.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So I'm on the right of center, left of chaos is what I usually say. So I used to say crazy. My bad. I shouldn't say that.
Can I ask something real quick and then I'll be quiet? Didn't
Yeah.
Andrew
Go
Yang
go
just
ahead.
endorse Kamala Harris?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
I mean, he's a friend of mine of 17 years, but I don't control his political views. But he realizes, in his opinion, the danger that lurks on the other side. I'm neither here nor there about it,
What,
but
What is it?
what's your
so I
question,
was
my
gonna
friend?
to answer your question. I think one of the things that we have to look at in terms of how the blacks get the balance back is the fact that our percentage of the population hasn't grown practically since it started, and one of the reasons that have been listed for that is because the black family has been broken to the point where black women are 80% of black households. The breadwinner is the woman because of the system, et cetera, and how the black man gets caught up in it, and then children have no dads, et cetera. So
We have dads. Thank you
Well,
very
Yeah,
well,
much.
he's speaking black pathology, and this is what they always do.
We have dads.
Even before that came out,
yes, we
the
have
reason why
fathers.
we're in the political position that we're in is white supremacy. Sir, what you're
yes.
touting is black pathology. Get the fuck out of here. I'm so
Wait,
sick of this bullshit. It doesn't make
No,
any
I'm not
difference how
I don't
many
I
listening
don't.
to
babies
that.
black people have.
There's a
Okay,
there's a
Well, I
we're in this.
started with
hold
Andrew
Yes,
on.
go
Yang,
on.
so
There's a
thank you,
Pew
Andy, for
Research.
saying that.
I just want to clear that up. There's a Pew Research study and other studies that show that black fathers are more engaged than other fathers and that we're very good fathers. So, not we, because I'm not a father, but I had a very good father who was very fun and patient. A lot of people have fathers just because someone's father may not be directly in the house because of financial things doesn't mean that they're not engaged and they don't do your hair and tell you about your life, your upcoming life, and all these types of things. These people are just liars and they just have these tropes. And I notice a lot of people that are half black. I noticed a lot of them on TikTok come in with all the tropes. We have all these things, blah, blah, blah. And it's just ridiculous. We don't have as much as the people that are telling us about these things. I promise you. People are immigrating over here and they are complete international criminals monitored by Interpol. We have local crime. We don't take, if we're criminals, please explain to me why we live overseas and we have no overseas gangs. But the rest of the people do. Everybody that we're talking to has a version of their gang overseas running around. And they bring their gangs here. They bring their organized crime here. All of them, Armenians, Russians, Italians, different Asian groups. They bring their gangs, their drugs, or you know about cartels, you know about MS-13, you know about this
Their
Venezuelan. They
prostitution.
have massive prostitution. They're just hanging out in the street with a mattress now over in Flushing, New York. That's all Asians. It's a disaster area. We're the face of all these things, and these other people have got, they get mug shots by the bulk. You've heard of getting a mug shot. Oh no. They get 20 mug shots at once from what they're doing. They do it in bulk and it's international. The same people have brothels everywhere. The same people have mugshots everywhere. So I don't want to hear about crime, especially when the FBI has admitted that they do not have to post crime from every place. That's why with that Sandy Hook Elementary, it posted that there were no murders in that town. None. 20 some children killed, no murders. Why is that? Because Newtown, Connecticut wanted to make sure their property values didn't go down. That's what they do. They don't report their
I was
crimes. So it,
I was going to tell the woman, as a scholar, there are three types of lies: lies, goddamn lies, and statistics. So
Yes.
I don't want to
exactly.
hear any stats.
And if I hear
Yeah.
one more time about black fathers, as a person that was raised by a black father, have a son that is a black father, that has a grandson that has a black father. I'm so tired of hearing this mess about black fathers are not doing what they have to do in order to raise their children. Enough of that. If that's how you starting, please leave.
And if that's
I
if
want.
that's the only
Go
thing
ahead.
he can say, he does need to leave because that's nothing and it's not even true. I mean, these other groups, like I said, we are part of a trend, and the trend is to break up families.
Well,
White
let's talk
people have
about the
high
white fathers. Let's talk
the
about the
white
white
people
father
have white
influence.
divorce rate is high, and the only difference, and I want to repeat this, the only difference between black families and white families is that white women keep remarrying so they can keep covering up the fact that they have a previous father for their children. They keep trying and trying and trying and getting married over and over and over again, even if they have to do it 7 times. And we don't. We just will get married or we will not get married, and we don't keep trying to cover it up like a poop in the cat box. That's what they do. To legitimize themselves, they have to keep covering it up with a new husband.
Let's
So it
talk
looks
about
like they
family
have a
side.
sound
Let's
family.
let's talk about family side. Let's talk about sexual assault, and that 75% of all sexually assault cases are by white people. Let's talk about family side, and the majority of family side is committed by white men.
90 plus percent. They take out the whole
Absolutely.
family.
Look, based on
Quan, what you got?
the FBI statistics, white men.
Quan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you
Okay.
hear her,
Well,
Professor?
oh no, I can't hear her.
Can you hear me
Oh,
now?
you got to
I can
move
hear
her
you,
down.
Quan.
Okay. So,
Quan, I'm gonna move you down and bring you right
all
back
right,
up.
cool.
Yeah, see, the other thing that we're getting sucker punched on is that they come up in our face and pick out particular crimes. They don't want to pick out the crime of who's always caught with the child porn and molesting toddlers because we know who that's going to be. They don't want to come up with the crime, hey, guess who molests cows all the time? Not us. See, they just come up with these particular crimes, and then they also bank on the fact that Chicago's reporting all their crimes to the FBI. But guess what? Guess which white neighborhoods are not? Those Newton, Connecticut towns. They don't report all the peeping toms that peek in the window and snatch little girls out into the night and you never see them again. They don't report that. Okay? They make sure there's no murders, no kidnappings, or no nothing in those towns.
And may I bring up
But
something?
That
Wani, look,
May I bring up
listen.
something
Go ahead,
about
Quan.
FBI statistics shows that white men out of any other race in the United States commit the most murders, rapes, and crime. They cannot move away from those numbers. These are the FBI statistics. Okay, so when they try to come in and say, "Oh, well, we are creating so much of crime," no, crime deals with proximity. And at the end of the day, we're not the ones that are putting out the most crime. It's these degenerate white males. Okay,
Let's
and I
remove our, remember, let's remove ourselves out of the picture and go look at what they do in Australia and go
yeah.
look at what they do in the UK. They have 800,000 people that identify as pedophiles.
Look, it's so heavy in Europe. It's ridiculous. Like even in like South Africa, okay? When we talk about these satanic, like devil worshiping, like religious, like entities and what have you, m- they have the most in South Africa, and they have the highest serial killers in the world. Okay, so, but I wanted to touch on what the womanizer are talking about with these immigrants. Look, I'm in the architectural and construction and development field, and he's absolutely correct. These immigrants, particularly Mexicans and Venezuelans, come in, they undercut our numbers, and they do a piss poor ass job in the quality and craftsmanship of their construction. And they are willing to take half of what the project or the bid is actually worth to undermine us and cut us from out of the bid. And a lot of times, too, when it comes to these government contracts, they go in and they register as a DBE, and they are able to get these contracts because they qualify under minority. And so a lot of times you have these Mexicans, Venezuelans, a lot of these South American immigrants that'll come in and say, you know what, this job, this is a $250,000 job, but you know what, I can do it for 90, and I can bring in all my people and I can get it done fast. But then at the end of the project, the owner realized that, hey, you know what? I got newspapers instead of installation in my damn walls. The damn foundation is shady. I have to come in and the damn house is literally about to fall apart. And then if you're in the area where I am in downtown Dallas, where these white people are literally calling like code enforcement on their asses left and right, because a lot of times they are on these job sites and they are not even legal citizens, and they're calling ICE and code enforcement on them, like, get them the hell out of our neighborhoods. And I'm like, okay, kudos, that's good, because me personally, I go out of my way to make sure that I hire black first. My AC guy is black, my electrician is black, they are masters, my framer, my engineers, I try to go out of my way to hire black first. And then whatever I can't fill in with those positions, that's when I start going to everybody else, because they do the same thing. And we have to put that into practice. Hire us first, and then we can start hiring where we can't fill in the positions. But at the end of the day, these people go out of their way to undermine us. And I get so many clients that come to me complaining about the shitty ass work that they complete. And I'm like, well, had you come to me from the start, you wouldn't have these issues. And same thing with our own. They want to go to the white folks because they think white water is colder with white people, and they hire them. They get fucked over, excuse my language, and then they have to come to me because the job wasn't finished, or they didn't have enough money to finish, or whatever the issue is with the project. And I'm like, had you paid me my worth, you would not have this problem from the giddy up. Now I have to come in and correct all the issues with this project because you think going with a white person is better, or hiring Alejandro is better. So it's huge, it's major, especially here in Texas. These people are coming in to try to take over. That replacement theory is real, and the Democrats are literally trying to replace us. That's why we need to vote their asses out. I'm off my soapbox.
Yeah, I wanted to point out something with the dude that was talking about he 51% Filipino. As a historian, I want to point out to the room that race mixing historically has been used as a weapon, and nobody wants to say it. I'm saying it. That's some scholars say that's why ancient Egypt fell. Is a group of Asian men came in to work. The Egyptians felt sorry for them and gave them black wives. In 200 years, They had mixed race children who said they weren't black, said they were Asian, and a civil war broke out. So I'm just telling you that it's very interesting that he said he was 51%. How do you know that you 51%?
I
A lot
said
of times,
23 and me. I was like, I don't know.
I think
right? Go ahead.
I think that dude. I think I'm gonna just say this real quick. Anytime, Professor, any of us have to, just like the other woman that y'all got out of here. Anytime you have to ask where your family from, or what's your ethnicity, or what we already know. We know how we sound. If you really FBA, you know how we sound. But these people are really just they're agents, and they're just coming trying to distract the space. They're either coming to distract the space so we can, spend energy trying to get them out and discussing them and getting off topic of the issues that we really need to be discussing, or they're agents and they're just coming to try to listen and run back the information to whoever sent them. So I just want to remind everybody, like, unless we just want to troll these people just to just to be trolls and be petty. If we hear any type of white supremacist babble, or anytime any kind of anybody coming in here trying to be distracting, let's just go ahead and just get them out of space. And I'll land.
I fully agree. He's actually
Agreed.
Provocateurs. We was just talking about this in your space, Professor, the other night, talking about agent provocateurs. They are here for a mission, and that is to divide and conquer and dissent.
he's
And aren't
actually
we
His
messaging
aware
purpose
of
me.
the
is to get
legislation that has forced black
He's
women?
actually messaging me to complain that he didn't have any ill intent. He's also neurodivergent and came with no ill intentions. So he's copping pleas. And what does that have to do with saying we don't have any fathers? Explain it. You're going to come in here and give some wild statistics. No black Americans have fathers. Shut up. We
Yeah,
do.
that's a automatic white supremacist talking
Yeah,
point.
goodbye. I'm not even listening to any of this BS. And now he's got all kinds of disabilities and everything else in my comments. I'm not even trying to hear it.
well. The moment he started talking about Andrew Yang, I was through. And that's why
Thank
I asked
you.
him the question. Didn't he endorse Kamala? Well, yeah, but it doesn't mean that I speak for the person that he endorsed because I'm a different person. Man, you said his name, so like, stop that right there. Stop this. Stop. You had a mission. You are going to come in here and try and flip the script and try and basically do the bidding for the Democratic Party. That's what his purpose was, right? But he couldn't hold on to it, and then he started talking about black fathers.
Mm-mm.
And that's
Yeah.
how you know how on code we finally are. And that's kind of like what I was saying earlier. They can't come in directly with it anymore. They have to babble and dance around it and kind of do like this underhanded going around the world endorsement of the Democrats, trying to kind of slide it in there or hide it in a piece of cheese. Like, nah, we own that. We just own that. We own that. That's all.
Hot little piece of cheese. he
They try to hide it in a piece of
reminds
cheese
me
like
of
they trying
things
to
I
give
did
the
with my
adults
cat.
some medicine or something. Yeah,
Yeah, I did that before.
you gotta hide it in a piece in a snack so they'll eat it, and that's what they try to do with us.
What trips me out is how we're not supposed to be offended. You know what I'm saying? We're supposed to just take, an insult to the core of our family. You know what I'm saying? Most of us, we love our dads, contrary to popular belief. And you're supposed to tell me my daddy's sorry as hell when my daddy worked at a gas station to put me in a better school with a degree from University of Alabama as a black man. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not supposed to be offended by that. It's like that lady that came in earlier, that double X or whatever. She gonna come in our space to say, talk about foundational Black Americans, and just make the whole space about her, and that's okay. I don't understand these people.
Yeah, that's a automatic white supremacist talking point. The father is missing in the home, and what about black fathers, and what about crime in Chicago? We know all the talking points already. We already know them. We know them. We know.
Don't you? The basic tenet of this, we're the only group that people are allowed to speak about. without causation. So what they'll do is speak about the effects of white supremacy causation without actually laying blame to the source of that. I was going to bring up the fact about Black women and domesticity and all the laws that were put in place to remove us from our homes so that we could not raise our children. And when he brought up this other particular point, this is this is a sticking point for me. I want you all to ask yourselves at this day and age why it's not legislated that the fathers are paternally tested when babies are born. There's two reasons for that. If you notice, we have a rape kit backlog, and they do not make paternal testing mandatory. There is a reason for this, and these two things are tied together. So once they started testing the rape kit backlog, and they found that it was random and anonymous white men committing these rapes near college campuses, all of a sudden they removed the testing, and you don't even hear about it in the media anymore. No congressperson is pushing for this. And that's a reason for that. And that's why I said when he brought it up
What?
about, yes, this is, you know, I tell you, I don't know if you all know this. So I think I'm crazy. So I said about 24
That
hours a
no,
day.
that's true. And that's true in Memphis. They got
Yes.
a backlog on rape kits. They not testing them.
They're not testing it anymore, and you don't hear anything about it because when they first started testing it, they started arresting a lot of random white men that they could not tie to these areas. That's why I always bring up the point of the sexual assault within that community. I live here in Texas, and if I cannot even begin to tell you the amount of pastors who are being escorted from their churches because of sexual assault. Um,
Preach.
yes, and so this is a big deal. And when he made it about, brought up the single mothers, oh, that burns me. That burns me because there's a reason that Black women are single mothers, and it has nothing to do with our lack of morality. Okay, what it has to do is with policies that contribute to removing our men from our home. And then when Black men are in the home, the whole family unit as a whole is always under attack. That's why we have prison to pipeline. So even if your parents do stay together, your children are under attack in the public school system. Oh God,
If it
I'm
had
on
anything
fire.
to do with morals, then we wouldn't have gotten married in the first place. We had very strong marriages, which was a trend in America to get married and stay married. And then, of course, after the sexual revolution, things started getting shaky, and they've been getting shakier and shakier.
Yeah, that was an op. That was an operation. I found some textual evidence that shows that feminism and sexual revolution was hand planted. They took people and hand planted women in Spelman College to kind of pop that off. That was a well orchestrated operation. But no, it's our fault.
Well, I mean, historically, if we go back to the end of the Johnson administration and the beginnings of the Nixon administration, in order for a black family who may have needed any type of governmental assistance back in those days, late 60s, early 70s, to get that governmental assistance, the black father had to leave the home. That's
Yep.
history. That's facts.
Yeah,
And so that changed the
that's
tenure
true.
of how we viewed marriage. I hate for people to talk about, that Black people just stopped getting married. No, Black people stopped getting married so that their wives could access medical care, so that they could, when they were moving us out of the home, we could not afford to breastfeed. So that made us overly reliant on formula, on baby food. And that's all tied in together. So to say that we are just, we're just marriage agnostic, that is not true.
Facts. Des, what you got?
Uh, I don't know the last point, but I'm all confused with the whole space. But the last point she say with formula and wh- what you mean by that?
Des, you
What?
probably need to. Des, you need to drop down and listen a little bit more, and I'll bring you
Oh,
back
no,
up.
I heard
Hey,
it.
perfect. What you
I
got?
heard what you say, but it didn't make sense because like
Which
they
part didn't make sense?
they offer formula to any baby that's born from the hospital.
Huh?
Yeah, you didn't catch the context, brother.
Nah, there's no. Nah, that's the thing. Y'all trying to separate the context. I think that's the thing. And then
In
She was
order for
she was
you to
arguing.
receive formula or any of that stuff, you have to basically get into government funded programs like welfare and WIC food stamps in order to receive that free formula that you're referring to. That's not something that they just give away free. No, you have to go down to the office, you have to do the application, you have to get approved, and then from there, because WIC is part of the where you can get the free formula and stuff. That's part of the WIC program. So in order to do that, you actually have to basically apply for these things. It's not just like, oh, let me just go down there and get some free formula. No, you actually have to go down to the office, fill out the application, sit with a counselor, and once they approve you, then you can go to the grocery store and purchase the WIC formula and all the other essentials that you're going to need to basically feed your babies. So, no, it's not that it's just cut and dry like that.
okay, this is probably where my fault comes from. When I had my baby, they gave me a free formula. I don't know how they did it, but we never applied for anything. And we went down to this. Well, my girlfriend went down. She applied for the formula, and they got it for free.
Keyword applied. The keyword is applied. You
So
hear what you just said?
what point is this brother trying to make? What are you trying to say, brother? What
I
point are
feel
you
like
making?
y'all trying to separate everything. That's my point. There is no
Separate,
separate.
separate what from
Separate
what? What are
what?
we separating?
Y'all trying to separate white from black.
Hey, I'm gonna drop the
Uh,
brother down. Hey, brother, before he calls Discord, go ahead and listen a little bit more. We'll get back to you.
It sounds like
You know,
he's already coming in here and with a bad faith argument. What is he talking about?
sound like he had a little
Um,
something to
I was
smoke
about
on,
to
but
say he sound like
Mo.
I
he
can't hear
offered
him.
something.
I can't
But
hear him.
notice what he said. Keyword being my girlfriend, my baby mama, or whatever you want to call it, had to go down and apply. That was my whole premise of what I was stating. In order for you to receive those free services, you actually have to go down to an office and apply. The government is just not giving handouts. Even if you are homeless, you still have to go down, fill out an application and say, hey, I'm homeless. I need some services. Even if you go to a homeless shelter, you still have to go register, put your name down so you can receive those services. It's a process.
but yeah, that's a great way of explaining it, Quan. But since the brother wanted to know, let's go ahead and go there. In the jumbotron, I went ahead and put a box. It's called a Skinner box. Now, just to give a little context, during the 50s and 60s, during the civil rights movement, the black man, mother and child, didn't have jobs, didn't have money, but we had each other, and we were so powerful that the federal government, three-letter agencies, came together to do spend millions of dollars on doing studies on how to break us up. What they really wanted to break was our cohesion, our love, and they hired this son of a bitch named B.F. Skinner, a PhD, evil white man. Well, B.F. Skinner wanted looked to nature to try to figure out how to break the bond between, the family. And he studied rats, and he created what's called a Skinner box. And what he found out is you can control somebody if with operant condition, and that means you give them something they need when they complete a task. So in that case, he gave the rats, they say cheese, but he gave them cocaine. How evil a fucker was that? They pressed the button to get intravenous cocaine hits, but they had to do a task first. So B.F. Skinner's research was used in Cabrini Green projects, and I forget the project in Atlanta. The one in Atlanta was actually the first one. The Skinner Box project was used to create the projects to break up our cultural love. Um, I can't remember the name of that project complex, but what B.F. Skinner discovered is if you separate the male from the female, and you put rats in close proximity to each other, you change their culture. You see, in nature, do y'all know rats will share? If you have a rat that's like hungry and a rat that has some cheese or whatever, they will break off a little bit and be like, "Here, here you
I
go."
have seen
Um,
that among certain
yep.
rodents.
And here goes something very interesting. B.F. Skinner wanted to figure out how to break up the man and the woman. In nature, before a female rat has sex with the male rat, the male rat is required to do a couple things. Number one, he has to fix her a burrow. So he got to fix her up a little house first before he gets some. After he fixes up that little burrow, that little house, she checks his body to make sure he doesn't have any imperfections. And then he's allowed to mate with her. So through Skinner's studies, the government figured out they need to take jobs from the black man. So, brother, this is no joke. This is heavy science. It was used to create the projects. My one of my heroes, Dr. Amos Wilson, said it wasn't a Skinner box; it was a nigger box. Why so? Because you got black kids like me that go to college thinking it was about the rat, when the rat was me. Perfect. What you got?
I am glad that I am next. All right, just a few things. First
Can you
things
hear me
first.
perfect?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
You can't hear her.
Uh
Okay.
She's
oh.
talking.
Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
drop down and come right back. Okay.
Okay. The odd thing,
Let me know. Oh,
the odd thing about all of these experiments is that I don't, like I said, we said earlier, we don't know what the game plan is, but they've created a lot of white incels, which that's what the name is. We have the nig cells. Well, they have the incels. There are a lot of white men that are losers that can't attract women in the normal way that white men did attract women with, which was with money. They're not successful and they're not attractive to women because their women want money. And so now they have big wads of those running around. It just there's a lot of angry white men, and also another group. What was the name of that? It was a group where they got mad because they got married and the women took all the money. That's another angry demographic of men.
wow. Hey, Nikki, you want to? Can you bring her up? It won't let me bring her up. My space is acting up. Bring Perfect up and Roger. I don't know why it won't let me bring them up.
Let
But yeah, you're right,
me
one.
block this person.
I think what you're saying, Wani, how like the intention was to keep the black man from procreating and having a
Mm-hmm.
relationship with a black female, but it backfired. A
Mm-hmm.
lot of people will say, well, why did it seems like it backfired? I got a theory on that. I think that, and this is not very scientific, but it's a theory. I think that whatever the foundational Black American does, male or female, we're like the initiator. We start trends. I think everybody in the world follows
We
us. I can't
do.
prove that through science.
No, we do start
So
trends. I don't know why.
me neither. But given the fact that they using that theory, if they try that experiment on us, like keeping us from women, I think that like backfires on them because because their women follow our women. Yeah.
You know why? Because we're the moral compass to the world. Everything we do is set by the trends we put forward. And every time there's a situation, it, case in point, look at what's happening across, the pond over there in Palestine and areas. They want our energy. They know that whatever we put energy behind something, it's gonna move. Right? No other group can do that but us. We set the trends. We put the energy behind. That's why we call them energy vampires because they need us. They feed off of us. Okay. So again, we're the moral compass to a lot of people. And at the end of the day, when it comes to doing anything, they need us. Otherwise, their whole movement is going to die. That's why they getting so pissed off and mad that we're not getting behind a lot of this shit that's going on across the country. It's like, no, we got our own issues. So we just going to focus on this. You do your thing. We're going to do our thing. And hey, let the chips fall where they may.
What? How ironic would it be if the solution to the system of white supremacy was foundational Black Americans just minding our own damn business?
It is. It is. Remember, I said the most powerful thing that we hold in our hand right now is the word no. That must be followed with our actions as well as what we're not going to support. I would like to bring up something about the different families, as a matter of fact, because they are so externally centered and we're internally centered. That means when we look at our mate, we're not going to look for degrees. We're not going to look for money. We're not going to look for family. We're not going to look for social status. This is one of the reasons why they have to find ways to break down our bonds. Now, I don't know if anyone else has ever seen this in their families, but this is the part that made me angry about us having to rely on welfare to get certain services for our people. My mother and my aunt were born. They're the first two people born in a white hospital where I'm from, Comanche County. When my grandfather had to have his babies. My grandmother could not give birth. So he had to sign a 10-year note to pay for that hospital bill. And this is the thing when you talk about what is Black American culture, where our culture is is rooted in poverty. Our culture is rooted in being excluded from the social fabric of the United States of America. So when my mom decided to have her three kids, she decided not to continue her education. And I don't know if she was doing this as an experiment, but I'm just going to say I'm grateful for it. So you're actually talking to a person who was actually breastfed until they were 4 years old. And she did that, like she told me, to make sure that my brain developed in a certain way. And she was wanting to, test out some things that she had learned in college. So when I say that they do these things, it's a purposeful thing that is done to break down our bonds. I knew my child was handicapped from birth. This is another thing they don't like about Black people. And we've been discussing how we are very intuitive. So knowing that he was handicapped from birth, one of the first things I did was I knew I was going to have to wear him 24 hours a day, and that was to compensate for the lack of his ability to, develop naturally. I knew it was something wrong, and I knew it was mental. Well, I had to go back to work and my mother stepped in and she did the exact same thing that I would do, minus breastfeeding. So when you look at my autistic child, he doesn't have a lot of the ailments that autistic people do because we kept him 24/7 within a Black family structure. I knew that was going to be important for me. The only thing I didn't have was a Black man. Now, I have stood up here. He's 20 years old. And do you know, every day I lament not being able to introduce a Black man into his environment for his nurturing and for his growth, because I feel like he would be a lot further along if I could have gotten, just a Black male presence. So, what is Black American culture? I feel like our culture is a culture of resistance. But out of that resistance, there is so much knowledge to how to form a society completely under threat and how we resist that. I love when the brother talked about, and what are we going to do to combat this? And the only thing that I can think, I mean, topically, just our very first step. I believe that the people who are speaking for us, the people that they have implemented to talk for us, we have got to get those people out of the paint. Now, how we do this, I don't know, and I'm not talking about violence. I'm talking about intellectually. We're going to have to get those people out of the paint. That's why you see me in these spaces. That's why you see me on Twitter. That's why you see me lurking behind people like Wani, behind people like Professor Arlen, because we're politically uneducated and we've got to, I mean, really ramp up on this. And on that, I'll land my plane. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you for that. I don't think our culture is rooted in poverty. Um, I do think our culture is based on rising from the ashes. I mean, we keep being confronted with things over and over and over again, and we still rise. And I think that pressure is part of our greatness. I really do. I think that is one of the components of us being great. And you can see that when what we're doing here, these, lows and highs in our culture, we see all the grandeur, and then the next time you're like, wait, everybody's jacked up. Okay, that's normal. That's what happens. You have one generation that's very productive and prosperous, and then the next generation lives off the fat of the land. And they're not as hungry, they're not as under pressure. So they don't do as well. And then they get pushed. This is true with all groups. They get pushed down. They're used to a certain standard. They haven't earned a standard that they like. And then they start to rise back up and say, wait a minute, I'm living in a house that my mother left for me, and I'm doing this and I'm doing that, and I'm still going down. They don't even know how to take care. So many people don't even know how to take care of themselves because they've had it so good. And then they'll be under pressure and then they'll rise up again. So I think that it would be better if we could uh, keep that level as high. I know we took some hits with the drug epidemic. And if I gave advice on drugs, it wouldn't be don't do drugs. It would be, or not say no to drugs. It would be don't try drugs.
Nope.
Don't
Okay, Wani,
try them.
would you agree with me when I shouldn't say rooted in poverty because that sounds like that's all we are. Would you
Right.
agree with this that we come from systemic impoverishment?
We
That's
have, yeah, that's one of the things that we have to rise out of all the time. We always have to rise out of something, whether it's poverty or whether it's being oppressed, chased around by hooded men. We even if those people were prosperous and had businesses, now they're being chased around by men in hoods that are jealous. Or even if they were uh, poverty stricken, they had to rise out from being sharecroppers. There's always something going on. So yeah, we resist and we will rise. And just out of this situation, I think that it had to be as dramatic as it was with that California reparations. I'm glad all eyeballs were on there because people needed to see that. They needed to see who the obstructionists were. And in the future, yeah, with that delineation, it's going to make it very hard for some foreigner with brown skin to tell us that they know what's best for us. That's why they don't like that delineation, because they can't lead us. They cannot lead us. We don't have the same agenda. Our agenda is, why would we want a bunch of immigrants taking our jobs? Their agenda is to get more immigrants to come over and take jobs because that's their family. So we're obviously, being brown is not cutting it. We have different agendas in this country. We don't have anything alike. You can't just say, oh, the white man doesn't like us, and bond us in that. I don't want to trauma bond with them anymore. I don't want to trauma bond with them anymore.
Yeah, they've lost that privilege. It's been revoked because we're the ones who reach down. And I love the phoenix analogy, Wani. That goes back to ancient prophecy. It's beautiful. But yeah, we're the ones who reached down into the pits of hell and gave them the opportunity, and they didn't reciprocate that. So that's that. It's nothing to feel guilty about. It's nothing to bash ourselves over the head. We did right. We gave them an opportunity, and it wasn't reciprocated. So now the our duty is to just say, okay, learn from the fact pattern. It wasn't reciprocated. What they say, groove on and move on. Brother Gaines, I'm happy to see you. What you got?
Hey, Cash.
Peace, y'all. Hey, real quick, I just wanted to say each one teach one is part of Black American culture. We use it in the breakdance or b-boying community for understanding that you could approach anyone and ask how to do a move in a different way. But when I was researching it, it says it actually goes back to us during slavery, teaching each other how to read and so on and so forth. So I just wanted to shout that out, as well as pouring something out for the homies. I feel like that's a form of worship of the ancestors in a way, although we don't, we look at it as a degenerate, but I think that there's a silver lining to it that should be appreciated. So I just wanted to shout those out. Thank y'all for having the space.
Thank you.
Perfect. What you got?
All right, perfect. Okay, I want to speak to the sexual liberation and the feminist conversation that we were having earlier. I have to point this out. We got to remember it was a lot going on then. But one of the main biggest things that I noticed, there was a lot of other people, melanated people here at that time pushing a lot of all that stuff like now, and it's a face of that stuff. Not saying that there wasn't Black American women that was probably pushing that, but even what you guys, what just happened when that young man came up and started speaking about the Black fathers, Everybody jumped off their mic. Come on, I got a back daddy. I got a daddy. I got a daddy. So where is all this? Our father raised me. He was around. So where is all of this um um feminist stuff coming from? A lot of Black American women were not feminists, especially back then. Not probably in the number. It's probably more numbers now, but back then I don't believe it. You got to prove it to me. You got to show me them numbers. Break them numbers down for me, because you're not going to plant what you always do. Not saying you guys, but how things is always pushed off on us. Y'all push off everything on us, and that's a motherfucking lie. I know my father was in the house. They were married. Did they have issues? Hell yeah. My grandparents were together. My great grandparents was together. Did he drink that wild turkey and trip out every now and then? Hell yeah. But he was in the house. Let me say, and they were married, right? Um, so I think that once we really get down to the nitty gritty on those numbers and start to see, as far as that women's liberation, sexual liberation, let me say that, because Black women, especially back then, were super, super, super classy. Our image was, no matter how they try to dog it and everything else, we were just like, wow.
Yes,
Right?
that's Black American culture. Carry on.
Right. So, and you know what? And we've been through so much. And I'm not saying like that because I look at the sexy reds like, yuck, you know. Um, and it's a sad situation because just looking at her, if she was back in those days, she probably would have been one of those women you said, mwah, wow, but we are here and we are today, and they're really pushing it, making it look like we're the face, like they're doing with the Democratic Party now. Black people are always the face. We don't even be in. That's why I said we just be signing up for any fucking thing, because majority of us don't even be in to have this bullshit that they pushing. We just allow them to use our face and pull out one sexy red or whomever, and that's just it for us. So I wanted to make sure we get those numbers corrected and understand we were in the time at that time that a lot of melanated people were coming over here and they wanted to be liberated and free. Look at these doggone, I'm not trying to be funny. Look at these Caribbean Day, Labor Day parades. Come on, y'all. My question again is that show me them. Can I see those numbers? Can we go ahead and delineate those numbers so I can really see the lies that you've been telling me, that every time you see a Black woman, it's your fault. You kick me out the house. Like, motherfucker, you still stay with me. What the fuck? Well, we stay together. Let me say that. What do you mean? And then grandma and grandpa, your grandma and your grandpa, they still together. So what are you talking about? Now we might see one or two, like Cass said, but overall, y'all, I want to see them numbers. I don't believe it, and
And,
that's just me.
and
Thank you.
perfect. I'm so glad
Say one
you. I'm
more
so
thing real
glad you're
quick.
speaking to that because I hate the way that they compare Black women and white women as far as how we perform femininity. If you notice, white women, when they go back to the trad, supposedly the trad role, it's always infantilized. I see myself as a Black woman equal as a support to the Black man. So why do we have to go back to this infantilization of a man? And then when you talk about womanhood, why do you have to pit me as an antagonist against the Black man? If I am a whole being and I'm a whole person, then why do I have to present myself to my man from a standpoint of aggression and antagonism? That is not how we perform femininity. And I wholeheartedly agree with you that I used to get into the feminine thing and think to myself, okay, what does this really mean? And what are we fighting? I spent 6 years in the Marine Corps. And let me tell you, sweetheart, I got up every day and put on combat boots and that ugly camouflage uniform. But did you know underneath that, I had on my lace panties and my lace bra, and I put on lipstick on my huge lips because I didn't join the Marine Corps to become a man. I actually joined the Marine Corps to become a Marine. And those two things did not, what's the word, conflate in my mind. I wasn't trying to be masculine. I was trying to be a Marine. And however way that presented through my feminine being, and that's how that presented
That
to me.
part, sis. I'm sorry. I've got to cut you off. Teach everything you are saying. They want to take you and turn you into something that you are not. They want to take the essence of everything that is you, everything that is your womanhood away from you. Thank you so much for sharing that. Just thank you so
And
much, Andy.
oh,
Hey,
thank you so much.
Professor.
I'm so glad that we were bringing this out because to me, when you say that you are a Black successful woman, how I interpret this, because I don't know if I told you this. So when I took a long time off work, I decided to come out the closet as a fully black person and a fully black woman. Now what that meant was I had to get my shit together. That meant I had to become financially responsible. That meant I had to become educated. And that also meant I had to work on my nurturing ability and my nurturing skills so that when I met other black women and I met other black men, the first thing that you would notice about me was my black gracefulness.
And can I offer this? I'm probably going to step on some toes, but hopefully no one is offended by this. But I cringe every time I hear a black woman calling herself a feminist.
I don't
Primarily
blame you.
because,
I got a feminist in my immediate
look,
family.
look, look,
You're not
look,
going to
it's
offend anybody.
okay, okay. Primarily because it was never intended for us. You see,
Preach.
during that movement, the white feminists needed our energy, needed our people to get behind them so they can exercise their right to vote. So people like Ida B. Wells and much like her, groups like other women like her was like, hell no, you're not gonna just use me. You're trying to separate the black family. And that's the premise of feminism. It's not to just promote, oh, women's suffrage and all this bullshit. No, it was intended to break up the black family.
It was
Okay?
also
When they
intended
pushing
for.
that black that whole feminist, like,
You're breaking them.
You broke
thing,
up, love.
you would not be calling yourself a goddamn feminist because the whole premise of it is to break up the goddamn black family. Sit down
Well,
somewhere.
they broke up
So
everybody's
I just
family.
cringe when I hear these so-called black women calling themselves feminists. I'm like, lady, please go do a brief history on where this shit comes from and why it was put into place because it was never intended for us. It was only to be a Trojan horse to push their agenda. And then once they got their rights, they fucking shitted on us and stuck out their middle finger and said, fuck you, we good now. I'll land.
It's worse. It's worse than that. During World War II, after World War II, the United States government basically made a deal with the devil. They saw that the Nazi scientists had science that they really didn't fucking understand. Long story short, to give you an idea of where that science that Hitler got came from, Hitler was a male prostitute. I can prove it. Um, who he serviced, I don't know, but I know he was selling that thing. While he was a male prostitute, he met an occultist and got heavily involved in Nova Order Seclorum, no no Nova Order Templi, the New Order of Temple. He was a template. He was a secret society. Well, Hitler went into seances and shit with it. That's where all that technology came from. It wasn't cool. It wasn't. It was that was some like devil worshiping shit. Well, when the United States beat Germany because the Russians really whooped their ass and we just kind of came in and took the credit for it. But when the United States got in there, we wanted all that technology they had. So we made deals with the devil. We told their scientists, hey, you can work with us. One of the greatest examples of that is Werner von Braun, who was a murderer, but we allowed him to come to Alabama to Huntsville to build NASA. You ever heard of that? Well, there was a handful of scientists that were allowed to get asylum at Columbia University, Columbia in New York City, which had one of the better schools of education, and it's a pioneer Ivy League college. Well, at Columbia, these scientists brought ideologies, some isms. One of the ism was feminism, and it was designed, some argue, designed as a weapon to destroy us. Another ism brought with them was Marxism. And in conclusion, I'm gonna let y'all know that Karl Marx was a Satanist.
Rumor has
A
it,
lot of them are.
he also was gay too on the slick.
A
I've seen
lot of
some
them are.
Totally.
documentaries. He was actually in the closet too. But yeah, even that feminism can be tied to eugenics as well. Because if you look at Margaret Sanger, she was the main one pushing feminism and eugenics. So all of that stuff ties in if you really look at
Well,
the
it
history of a
works,
lot of this.
doesn't it? It works, doesn't it? If they anger
Oh yeah,
women, if they make women angry with men, all women and all
wake it
men,
up. Wake it up,
They're
Wadi.
not going
Yes,
to want to
ma'am.
have children. They're not going to want to get together. They're not going to have as many children as they would normally. They'll be constantly broken up and in between marriages, even if they want to get married. Oh, guess what? Breaking news. You're not going to believe who's angry about Kamala's fake black scent that she had in Detroit. You will never guess who is outraged, says it's embarrassing and disrespectful, and basically she needs to shut up.
Tiger Woods.
That's embarrassing. When Tiger Woods, okay, I don't even count him. He didn't want to be black, so I didn't include him in any list about black golfers. I didn't need him. I didn't need to put him on a list because we have a whole bunch of first black golfers to break every barrier so that some little turd like him can come along and pretend to be black and then at the end of it say, I'm not black, and then have his father to say he wasn't black. So why are you niggers bothering me? Yeah, go away forever. I'm done. He
And then
basically did the same thing that Kamala did. Kamala's daddy is running around saying he's not black at all. He's Indian and indigenous and this and Irish. And so she can just pretend to be black temporarily and then jump back into being pure Indian. No, both of you can get the hell out of the way.
and
And I
you know
hope
what's so
you eat yourselves alive.
you know what's so crazy about that? I have a lot of East Indian clients, and when I look at their driver's license, look at their information,
White.
every last one of them identify as white Caucasian. I kid you not. When I tell people this, they think I'm lying. I'm like, no, look at this shit. No, these people are darker than me and classify themselves as white Caucasians.
What should they identify
That's
as?
because we are the only ones that classify ourselves by. It's not even a nationality. Black is a classification. You putting yourself on the bottom of the totem pole. That's what I was
So we're
going to
on the
come in and
top of the
say.
totem
But that's
pole.
No, we not the bottom of no
how
totem
you
pole.
figure.
No, we the
Yes, I
top.
am.
How you
Hold on.
Yes, I
figure.
am. I don't
Because
know what poll you looking at.
Yeah, we the
Yeah, I
top,
don't know,
We're
Tariq.
man,
baby.
face to face.
That's deep
listen,
right there.
man,
Hold
listen,
on.
listen, listen, listen. Just let me.
Face to face with the opposition of white. These other people are socially invisible. Nobody cares about what an Indian is doing. They're about to get
Does
railroaded
it?
out of here. I'm not below the Indian.
Who?
You're not. You don't make the decisions. I don't.
Who don't
I
make?
don't.
I'm telling
I
you
don't
about what's
so
on paper. I don't care about none
I
of
don't
that. Like,
socially rank lower than random immigrants that come over here.
of course not. But
Thank
what
you
I'm
very
telling
much.
you, under the
We're doing
corporation
this, the
of
Corporation
of
of America, black as a color, blah blah
what you
blah blah
think it
blah. Thank
is? What
you.
do you think it is, though?
Sir,
Like, see, this is what
sir,
I'm saying. Whenever
It's you don't.
are you Moorish or a Hebrew
There's
Israelite?
always one of these people that wants to say these things.
Yeah, yeah. No, elaborate your point, sir, because I'm actually curious to hear this. I'm listening.
They've been saying it for 40 years.
I didn't put him out. I didn't put
And
him out. He ran away.
oh,
Yeah, that was
they've
deep.
been saying this
He
for
could have
40
stayed up and
years.
spoke. Yeah, sometimes you just have to talk things out. That doesn't mean you have to walk away. Just talk it out. But he didn't want to. But
Yeah, I know that talking point, and our brother Tariq elaborated on that like a year ago. But you get these people who hung out with and I have nothing against the Moorish Science Temple, but some of them are getting bad information of we need to make ourselves a sovereign human being
Right.
and renounce our. You do that
They
shit if you
already
want to. You're
did
going
that and they
straight
went
to
to
jail.
jail. I mean, I literally have heard all the
and
horror
then they
stories
get the
about
jail
her. And
babble. Then they
yeah,
start jail babbling.
Yeah.
I mean, they literally take over black women's houses and squat in it. They prey on people that they know the police. Well, this is these guys. They prey on the people they know the police won't help. Just like those Venezuelans, they went right over to that apartment building that had a lot of black people in it, knowing the police didn't care. But now they're all over some Chicago buildings, by the way. They've taken over several Chicago buildings. So, you know what? It's getting to be a thing. I might be out in the street tomorrow if one of these gangs passes by and decides to come into where I live. They can put you out of your house, your apartment. It doesn't even matter what you're in.
Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen. That's one reason why we all need to make sure that we're using our Second Amendment rights that we have as individuals to keep armed. But meanwhile, between time, I wanted to talk about Kamala, whichever her name is. So she put on that that accent today because she was in the D, right? So basically, every year Detroit has a Labor Day parade, minus the years of COVID, whatever, but in the same aspect, they have it. So she was sitting there, right, doing her little thing at after the parade. They had a little rally, and then she goes up there and put on the fake accent. Like, what is up with that chick? I don't understand. Like, does she not have any, I don't know, any being of who she is, really? Because you didn't have to do that just because you was in a D. Because we're not affiliating with you because you basically, quote unquote, speak. I don't even know what it is. I guess it's her version of whatever ebonics may be. I mean, it was so
It's
Well,
offensive.
impossible.
It's offensive. It's offensive, is what it is. It's the
you better
same shit
ask
as if you
somebody.
if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Like I'm just straight up offended by all that rhetoric.
She's
And
offending
then
defensive people.
he's pulling the Obama 2.0. What Obama does, he get to singing spirituals and Al Green and all this other nonsense, trying to relate to his audience. See, this is why she get that coin or that cloak of being a chameleon, because whatever audience she's in front of, that's who she will cater to. And unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of dummies falling for the bullshit. Hopefully, nobody in this room is falling for it. And I guarantee you it's probably going to show in November that a lot of people are not falling for it. But there's going to be a select group of people that's, oh, she black. And I had this argument with my auntie where we literally was to blows arguing like, she's not black. Well, it's better than orange, man, but she's not black, or she looked black and she's not black. And it's just a level of ignorance that you have to deal with when you're dealing with your own people. And it's like I'm giving all her the pointers and saying, this woman is not black. I'm literally showing her news articles that where she's literally proclaiming herself to be East Indian, South Indian, East Asian. And I'm like, I mean, not East Asian, East Indian. And I'm showing her these things, and she's like, well, it's better than Trump. I'm like, I literally want to take her head and slam it in a wall. I just came to the overall assumption that, you know what? I'm not going to even try anymore. If you vote for her, that's all on you. You are entitled to it. But I try to warn you. So don't come complaining about if your ass is getting outpaced by these illegal immigrants. If you're not getting anything, you're sitting there, you're still struggling and all this other bullshit. I don't want to hear it. Don't call me to ask me for no money because the answer is no. Your ass should have voted something else. So no.
Yeah, history doesn't repeat itself, but Mark Twain says it rhymes. And if she gets in, I, I I really see. I know she's a female, but I see so many parallels between Woodrow Wilson. You remember Woodrow Wilson? There were echoes of he's black, y'all. He's black. He may have had a distant black relative, but I halfway don't even believe
He
that.
was on. He
But
wasn't on the list of people that were. They said there were six undercover black presidents now instead of five.
oh wow. But Woodrow Wilson came in and sugar honey coated talked to our people, and you know what I'm saying, he passed the worst bills to ever affect black America. I see some similarities with this, so we can play around with that if we want to.
They say Thomas Jefferson was black, and he could have been because of the plantation he was on was all mixed up, and his Sally Hemings was related to his wife and all that. But he does not look it. They said they were going to do some tests because somebody said that his mother was half native and his father was a mulatto. He doesn't look it. He just looks pasty and white. But we'll just wait and see.
Right. I think the strongest evidence was Harding. President Harding was
Oh, I think he's on this
mixed.
list. They have
Yeah.
Jefferson, Andrew Jackson, Eisenhower, Coolidge, Warren Harding. Okay, so they said Warren Harding um did his DNA was done, and he said that one of his ancestors may have jumped the fence. So when he said that, people were like, whoa, they must have jumped the fence. Why would you, admit that? But they said they did not see that he had African descent, but they said we're going to go ahead and claim him anyway because, he was helpful.
Look, I grew
Believe
up in Louisiana. I have family members that literally can pass for white. And there's a huge culture of people passing in Louisiana, whether you want to call them Creoles, mulattoes, whatever, Octoroon, whatever. At the end of the day, it's real. And a lot of people benefit from it. And again, like I said, I personally have family members. You look at them, if you just look quickly or look at them, you be like, well, what is she? Like, is she white? Is she black? Is she Indian? What's going on? You would never know because, again, I mean, it occurs, but there's a lot of people passing. I know they said there was at least six presidents that supposedly was supposed to be
Yes.
black, and then they were trying to say Abraham Lincoln had a lot of lineage, in the black culture or whatever. But then it was like, oh, that's why the penny and it's copper because he was really black, and that's why he's facing a different way. So it's a whole conspiracy theory
Did you
behind
see
it.
his skin color and his hair texture?
Yes, 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 yes,
Yes.
yes. And
They,
even in Hollywood, like if you look at a lot of these Hollywood stars, like back in the day in the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s and 60s, there were a lot of Hollywood actors and actresses that passed, right? And they did it specifically so they can get a job. And so
Mhm.
it's like, yeah, I went down that rabbit hole and I was like, damn, I didn't know she was black. And you can tell by the hair texture, and you can tell. And I know a lot of those films are in black and white, but if you look at her, it's like, no, that's a black woman. Oh, she look like she could be from Louisiana. And you look
Yeah.
at them, it's like, I don't see how that would pass. When you look at them, you like, I'm looking at a black woman. How did she pass? How did she fool so
There's a
many
lot of
people?
them.
Yeah,
There's a lot. One of them, what was it, Carol Channing? She told everybody she was black, and I think she was like 100 years old.
it says psych.
She
yeah.
said
It's
psych
a
and
whole
died.
what's the guy? Oh my God, he was the one who initially, where people started calling him like coining like the tall, dark, and handsome. But he was actually
Clark Gable.
Clark Gable. There you go. Him. This other one, she was from her family was from Florida, but she was in a lot of black and white films or whatever. And she passed. And but when you look at her, you're like, that's a black woman. How did you not see it? Like you can see the curves and the waves. Like baby, just catch them the kitchen area. You can see she's black. Like
Mhm.
she did the little pressing, the pressing of
Mhm.
her hair, but she's black all day, so it exists, so it wouldn't surprise me at
But
all.
those are the I could have guessed you were from New Orleans. I mean Louisiana. I wasn't gonna say nothing, but I was like, she sound like Louisiana.
Yeah,
That's my favorite accent.
yeah.
Favorite accent.
Look, I didn't lost a little bit of it being here in Texas, but when I go home, baby,
Yeah, there it is. I was gonna ask you to say baby,
All you have to do is go
but
on 23andMe or one of those, and then look at the pictures of all your cousins.
yeah. Well,
You'll
we have
see
we
how
one.
many of those suckers are on there.
Well, the beautiful thing about Louisiana, they do keep a lot of great history and records of like ancestry. And again, when I tell people I can trace my family beyond the Louisiana Purchase, I'm real about this because there's like records that we have. And then not only that, like my family was really great in protecting their heritage and their photos and their heirlooms and what have you. And I can literally, there's still plantation houses where my family, like, literally was on those plantations that still exist right now. So it's like you can see it still exists or whatever. And when I tell people, like for a long time up until like the 60s and 70s, we were not classified as like black or whatever. We see mulatto on the birth certificates and what have you. So that's why I tell people is like just don't try to corner or box us in because a lot of us do not have those classifications on our birth certificates. Like my grandmother, she is classified as mulatto, so it's like, I try to tell people just don't box us in because we have an array of identifications and we have a very thick, very long history in different elements. And It's not just a one all be all in a lot of us. So
And that is very true. If you go back to the, even in the South, like my lineage is from Arkansas. So if you go back into the census before, I believe 1890, no, it's 1870. Before 1870, if you go back into that 1860 census, which is harder to come by, but you can
Wait,
grab it,
wait.
right?
Independence,
Yes.
Professor, brother, Professor, are you there?
Yeah, I'm trying to
Yeah.
erase it. I just
I don't
caught
know.
that. Don't look in
I
the
don't know what kind of
jumbotron.
room. Yeah, this is.
Is that sucker still in here? Just don't look at it. Some bastard put some shit in the
then he
jumbotron.
got the audacity to have a cross in his profile pic.
Where is
I
he?
don't see
I
it.
want to
Where is
report
it?
that fucker.
I see him
Don't even
in
worry.
leaving, but he has an American flag and a red and was a blue background with a red cross on it. You see what I'm saying? And this is again,
Oh,
this is how these saltine crackers, like, they try to justify a lot of things, and they are the biggest heathens, the most evil freaking people walking on the damn planet, and they do the most.
Yeah, who would even think to look up some shit like that?
Them,
That's just
them, okay, them. Let's just put, like, call a thing a thing. They do the most nastiest, the most the. Oh, I'm gonna just go because if I may start,
No,
I
we're
may get
doing
into.
that. Oh, brother, let me remove it.
I wanted to follow up on what you were saying. I think Quan, if you go in the census of like 1860, you can and you can see it sometimes in the 1870 census. I know I see it in the censuses from Arkansas with my lineage. You'll see mulatto, right? You'll see that in those censuses. So I'm not saying everyone would see it everywhere, but you can find it because if I remember correct, because I have done a lot of genealogy, is the censuses before 1860 and 1860 census, they didn't define people as black, right? Quote, quote. That didn't start until 1870 and above. So it might be very interesting if you go back and you do your own genealogy, what you may find, because I definitely seen it in mine.
I didn't start seeing Negro and Black until like late 60s, 70s. I'm just going to be honest with you when it comes to my lineage. It was mulatto all through there, and even like in Louisiana, there's a lot of, I don't want to get into this discussion, but there's a lot of Black Indians. There's a lot of native Indians in Louisiana. We don't get recognized by the tribes, but we have whole towns, excuse me, and cities named after like Black Indians, okay? And so a lot of times, like, we, even though we don't get all the benefits of the Native Americans and they won't recognize our tribes, there's whole freaking cities named after Black Indians. And so again, like, I didn't see that until when I did my research. I'm like, damn, we had like, Indian, Native, we had all of these different classifications, and I didn't start seeing Negro until like the late 60s and 70s. And then later 70s, 80s, we started seeing black, really 80s, is we really started seeing Black on the birth certificate. And I'm like, well, how is that so? But again, it's Louisiana is very tricky. It's very tricky with the lineage because we don't like we got our own little craziness going on down there.
yeah. Sorry about that. I was erasing that mess, but
I'm
that
trying
reminds me.
to. It's a lot of it, so I'm still trying to erase it.
Thank you, Wani. But let's talk about it for a minute.
Were you
Let
talking
me
to
tell
me?
you something. No, I wasn't.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
accidentally came off mute to talk to my daughter. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's funny. So Dr. Sharshi McIntyre, the late great, studied European psychology, and she said Sharshi brought up something very interesting. She said in the late '90s, she said she was flipping through the television, and she said it was horror flick, um, graphic sexual, Skinamax horror flick, murder, heads getting chopped off. And she said it just dawned on her that Europeans from, their ethnogenesis, they came during the Young and Dryas. So according to Dr. McIntyre, so they were Europeans came during the Ice Age when shit was just brutal as hell. When it was so brutal, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, that when studies were done in the Caucasoid Mountains, they didn't archaeologists and anthropologists couldn't find the bones of babies, and they got freaked out because, as I'm sure my sister Wani could back me up, when you study cultures, there are always bones of infants. You know what I'm saying? So they did find a couple. They ended up finding a couple of bones from an infant, and what they found was gnaw marks on it. So like basically, they used to eat children, but their time, their ethnogenesis was so brutal and so just dog eat dog that Dr. Sharshy McIntyre argues that in their collective unconscious, they're still reliving a nightmare of that young Adrias, of eating children, having to eat your brother, and all that type of. And Dr. Sharshy McIntyre argues that's where this culture of filth comes from, like that shit they put in the jumbotron. They're really just living out a nightmare. Um, I thought about that when I saw that in the jumbotron, and in conclusion, we don't do that type of stuff. We're not obsessed with that type of intense um, filth. I was gonna say something earlier, and I forgot what I was gonna say. It was so important. I got thrown off. We were talking about doggone it. It was so important. I put a picture of our sister, Ida B. Wells, in the jumbotron. Y'all brought up Ida B. Ida B. was a rider, but when I was flicking through, I went to my grandmother's house to cut the yard. I still there once a month. She lives in her house. She's dead, but her house is in Alabama. One of our houses in Alabama. And I was flipping through the book and just noticing how everybody was dressed in our book, male and females. We are part. What is Black American culture? Black American culture is class and dignity.
And grit,
I'm gonna start.
and grit. That it looks over a lot. We have true grit. Nobody else can claim that but us. Nobody gets knocked in the head and keeps on ticking, and we keep on reproducing, creating new inventions, setting trends. Like, we really have true grit. Nobody else on the planet can say that like we can.
Right, right. It's like Wani was saying. It's part of our duty to rise from the ashes. Um, that's part of what's built into us, is to fight opposition. And I have a theory on why we have been going through such a hard time, but it pisses a lot of people off. um, I'm just going to summarize it. I think that our religious system, our spiritual system, was compromised, and although I do believe in an Almighty God, and basically I believe in the basic framework and tenets of Christianity, it was changed like just slightly changed to where, uh, well, the book was dramatically changed, but the worship of a European likeness of God has done a lot of damage to us. I remember what I was going to say earlier. Y'all were bringing up mulattoes and mixed people, and felt inclined to remind the I'm gonna say the class, remind the room that the mulattoes. There it is again. Did I just block this dude? How is he still doing this? Hold on, guys. I swear I blocked
The
this
one in
guy.
the yellow?
No, the one who put Dr. Rothschild. I just blocked him. He keeps putting shit in my thing. Stand by, guys. Let me block this fucker again. I blocked him and reported
Oh
him.
my God, there's a whole bunch of them in there again.
How's he doing
I don't
this?
know. I'm trying to remove the last
Do we
one.
know who all is on stage? Do we know who everybody is on stage?
You send me
Um,
his handle if you have it.
uh, I
Yeah,
got
there's
it.
some hacky,
But
there's some hack shit going on right now. Um,
some
yeah,
hacking. Yeah.
independent, come off your mic. I already know
Hold
who's
on, it's
trying.
me. This is me.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, look, when I see stuff like that, when you block them and they still able to come up, that's Twix internal workers. There's no way in hell you can block a
Oh,
person and they're still able to come up and post stuff. And my suspicion is that it's coming from the internal folks at Twix. Okay, that's able to do that because no way in hell you should be able to block someone and you're still able to post in here.
yeah. That's some hacking. Shared by no. Shared by America First. Somebody else shared it. Who the fuck is America First? I'm looking for them.
Okay, I
We're
removed
just
them.
not gonna let nobody else up on stage unless they've spoken several before, I guess. This is
Mhm.
crazy.
Yeah, but it shows how effective. I've really enjoyed this space. I've learned a lot, and this space was just a little too what do you call it? It was a little too functional. I don't
Productive.
know who Sniper is.
Yep,
Productive. That's it.
they hate that.
So
These people
so
want
that actually was a
attention.
compliment.
It
Hmm.
is. They want attention. Oh, yeah, don't let that sniper person up and block it.
I'm about to block his ass.
Because nobody is
Yeah.
even talking about them or doing anything, and they're just coming in here being a problem.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna have to space up that much longer, but I did want to go over something important. Early in the space, a mixed guy came in and that was bragging on being 51% non-black, which is ridiculous. How do you quantify that? What he really told me on a psychological level is he's more something than black, i.e., I claim something other better than black, more than black. Well, my great grandmama was raped on a plantation, and I thought it was Birmingham. Later found out maybe Aniana or near Huntsville on a plantation, and I don't know what white we're mixed with, but whatever it is real strong. My mom and my aunties got red hair, blue eyes, all we're those type of dude, those type of family. Well, I noticed very young that skin and hair differences create vitriol and division. And in my studies, I realized that that was intentional. Um, Race mixing is a weapon. You create a biological. I know this is hard to hear, but you keep you create a sort of biological weapon. You have the potential for creating a biological weapon, biological psychological weapon by race mixing. Well, I brought that up because a lot of uh, some of the biggest problems we received were from people who were um, of mixed race. One of the greatest examples is J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover was from Louisiana, Quan, and his family was one of the families who were able to pass as white. And as history goes, a white family outed him, outed his family, and his family was well to do, but they got outed and they had to run from Louisiana to DC area. And J. Edgar Hoover always blamed black people for him not being completely amalgamated into whiteness. And
They say he
some
was black
historians,
too. They on the slick, there's reports or documents that say he actually has black lineage, and that could explain a lot of the hate and all the vitriol against black Americans because he almost made it. He almost became, was white. And then also he was an
almost.
undercover freak. I mean, dressing up in women's clothing, and yeah, he was a hot mess.
He just couldn't get anything right.
No, according to the reports, he used to dress up in high heels and
Wanted to be a
stockings and
white woman, and he was a black man.
yes, it goes to show you just the fucking
What a disaster
insane.
area.
Yeah, he really hated himself. Like it's bananas, but hey,
Yeah, put a young picture of J. Edgar Hoover in the Jumbotron and tell me dude looked like he looked 100% black to me. He looked like like one of my cousins. But it's amazing how a white family can run you and your family up out of Louisiana, and you get mad at black people.
And you want to be.
It's, yeah, it's just how does that work?
It's
It's
just
like
like a wild, wild thing.
it's insanity.
Like they say, self hate is real. Like people literally, they internalize it and you see it in their actions. Case in point, look at him. Look at all of the shit he did against black people. It really explains a lot when you think about it.
Yeah, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, she was explaining it, how it works and how it's perpetuated like a disease. She said the boy across the street from her, when she was growing up, he didn't like brown skinned girls. Like they were in Chicago, I think Southside Chicago. And anybody who knows Chicago knows it's some sexy ass brown skinned women from Chicago. But he didn't like brown skinned women, and she was trying to pick his brain to find out why. And as it turns out, he said that his mother never said anything ugly towards a brown skinned girl, never did. But he said when he was growing up during his formative years, his mom would all the little girls be coming home from school, and his mom would point to the little light skinned half mixed girl and say, "Hey, look at her! Isn't she beautiful? Don't you want to get with her?" So just by the process of deduction, he ascertained that the light skinned curly haired girl was beautiful. What's it? What do you call that? The
Who are
he
we
deduced.
talking about? I forgot the first person's name.
Dr. Frances Cress Wells and her neighbor didn't
Oh, her
like,
neighbor.
yeah, didn't like light skin, didn't like dark skinned girls, and she didn't understand why because he was dark skinned. But his mom would sit out with him and point at light skinned girls and say, "Isn't she so beautiful? You should talk to her." And just by doing that, even though she didn't say anything bad about the dark skinned girls, he was programmed to believe that light skin is beautiful, therefore dark skin is undesirable. This stuff is it's interesting and it's
I
really
was
sick.
told
It,
by black women that I needed to get my hair did because it was jacked up. Because
oh
I had,
wow.
because I had an, yeah. I never had a white person to say anything negative about my hair. It was an Afro puff and they didn't care. But black women didn't like it and told me I needed a perm.
Hmm.
And I've
And
been,
think about it. Like when you look at like these professional ball players, how they have a tendency, not all of them, but a good group of them have a tendency to marry white or other. And you kind of like it all plays into this. It's like, oh, okay, I got money, so I got to get prestige, so I got to marry white because that means I've made it, I've arrived. So it's psychological. I mean, I can say that this white boy has done a number on us.
No doubt. And we need both and we need our money, we need counseling. Um, that shit happened to me, and I'm not gonna call out which family members it was, but I was attracted to chocolate. I ended up marrying a chocolate girl, but I used to get in trouble for bringing home chocolate. I used to slick get in trouble for it, but I like what I like, so shit.
gotta do you. Um,
Yeah.
I was going to say we missed one thing about feminism because the first waves of feminism, or if you want to say women's rights, I don't know how feminism and women's rights got mixed up together, but it seems like it's different things. But women's rights, fine. Women wanted to vote. Women wanted to own property. Women didn't want to be forced to get married because their fathers wouldn't leave them money. And so those were good reasons to have rights. The second wave kind of, they were talking about equal pay, fine, right? Different things like that, and fine. But this third wave, when I ask an American feminist, what are you fighting for? They really don't have anything to say. What's going on now is not a reason to have a whole feminist movement. So it looks like what's happening with these groups is they're like entry level for LGBTQ. And even now said that they had to get rid of a lot of lesbians from their ranks because lesbians had filled up these women's rights groups because that's where they find women that are angry with men. Everything is just a scam to them. Yeah, everything is
And
just a scam. Really, they really are something else with their little ways to get people. Oh, where can I find a bunch of angry women that have gotten some attitude against men? Huh? Let me think. And they go right over there and try to get into leadership positions. They'd had to literally be run out of there on a rail because they said that feminists do not have the same um, agenda. We're speaking about similar to us and Caribbeans or us and Africans. They don't have the same agenda because
and a
at
lot
the
of
end of the day, feminists or women's rights are going to want to have men. They're just, bargaining with the men in control. They want to have men at the end of this conversation. But when you're talking to having a lesbian do the arguments for you, they don't want men. So they're extremely offensive to men. They don't have any, they're not trying to reconcile with men and say, okay, well, we were just fighting because we wanted something, but we still want men. That's a hell of a different agenda.
and most feminists, they equate feminism to reproductive rights and having abortions. Peep game. If you take a look at this election and their whole stomp for women's rights and feminism, they all link it to, oh, I want to be able to say, yeah, I want to have an abortion. And again, it goes back to what I said earlier. I cringe when black women say that because a lot of them are the ones screaming Black Lives Matter. And I'm like, okay, so which is it? Is it Black Lives Matter or only when it comes to aborting black babies? So which is it? Is it Black Lives Matter or do you want to abort the black baby? Which is it? Because I'm confused right now. So I just cringe when I hear that because I see a lot of black women is like, oh, I want the right to be able to abort my baby. I'm like, no, let me slap your ass a couple of times and bring you back into reality. Like you are literally pushing this agenda and you are the demise of your own fucking lineage. Like, what are you talking about?
As a man, I stay in my lane. I respect
Well, that's
my
okay.
sister.
I'm a woman, and I'm saying it. And again, I'm struck. Like again, if you get raped, incest, that kind of thing, if you want to abort the babies, that's between you and your God. Okay, every tub has to stand on its own bottom, but you can't be screaming, "Oh, Black Lives Matter," and then you want to say, "Oh, I want the right to abort babies." Well, why don't you just let the fucking cops go ahead and shoot all of them and kill them all? What are you saying right now?
They don't even need a movement for that. Those are legal and political maneuverings with Roe v. Wade. You don't need a whole feminist movement for that. And that's not even what they're doing. They're just sitting there mad at men.
Yep.
That's their thing. Men ain't shit. And if you listen to some of these white women when they were interviewing random people on the street and they said, do women need a man? No. I mean, they were like angry about it. So that's why there's a lot of incels. And people are adopting a prostitute mentality. Like, well, if I have to have men, then what are you going to do for me? I mean, what happened to liking each other? Is that out or what? I think it is because I never hear anyone talking about it.
Now, can somebody
Not anymore, right?
confirm this for me? Because it's my understanding that the lady, this whole case, Supreme Court case, was wrapped around like the baby survived. She didn't have an abortion. Can somebody like clarify that for me?
Roe
Because
v.
it's my
Wade.
understanding, yes, that that baby is still alive and walking around today.
After that, she said she did not want to be the face of that. She said she denounced it or something. Let me look it up. I don't know.
Okay, because it's my understanding that that baby was not aborted and that that baby is alive and walking around today. I mean, I could be wrong from what I read. You know, sometimes things can be a little misleading, but it's my understanding that she didn't abort the baby. So,
That's wild. What I was going to say earlier is, as a man, I stay in my lane, and I leave that up to our sisters. But what I will say is, I used to be a high school teacher, and I've seen the psychological after effects of young ladies who were either told you got to have an abortion by their parents, or they decided I'm gonna I don't want, I want my future. I'm gonna get rid of this child. And I've had to bear witness to those after effects with my students and with one family member, and 100% of them has been the same reaction, and it was not pretty.
The baby is alive. It's not a baby though. You know, it's a big baby.
That's the thing about law that's so ugly. Is it law? Any further, like, to give context, I didn't know that. I didn't know that the Roe versus Wade baby was still alive. But you know what? I'm not surprised because law, those cases in the books when you're in law school are never about right and wrong. It's all about maneuvering. Like, I want to do something. Like, it's a case. The I forget the name, but it's from Judge Learned Hand. It's a case about the railroads, and basically in the early 1900s, um, white justices and or white jurists and politicians and rich white people wanted to destroy the black neighborhoods. They wanted the black neighborhoods like Tulsa and Greenwood and Black Wall Street, et cetera, et cetera. Black people were exponentially rising in status. We were getting our economics together. We had it going on. So again, they got together to figure out a master plan on how to destroy the black neighborhoods, and they figured out the best way to do it was to build a railroad. I mean, a freeway through the black neighborhoods all across the country. But the way they got that freeway built was just complete bullshit. It was like had to deal with the trains. The trains back then were locomotives. They had coal and they would spit out sparks. And every once in a while, set a neighborhood on fire because it was sparks coming out the bottom. Well, this particular case, the attorneys argued that, you know what, we need to get rid of the train tracks and build a highway or some shit. It's not even related. But that's law. It's not. It's all about an agenda. It's all about a manipulation. It'll make you cynical.
I think when they say the letter of the law versus the spirit of the law kind of fits this analysis. A lot of times you have people saying, okay, what's on the books? But then when it comes to something like abortion, it's more on a moral stance or social stance versus what's actually on the books. So a lot of people kind of conflate the two. But yeah,
Perfect.
Can I talk about something that's been bothering me?
Yes.
Come on, perfect.
Oh, okay. I know that was someone else speaking, but really quick, I just wanted to say something, and it was off topic. I was waiting, but since you guys called on me, um, I don't trust this new movie, Deliverance. It comes at a really odd time.
I
I don't
saw it.
believe, yeah, I don't believe that it's genuine. Something's
Yeah,
off about
yeah,
it.
yeah. Weren't we
What do
just
you
talking about
mean?
that, Wani?
Yeah. What
Yeah.
about
Uh,
it?
To me, I'm
Besides,
just
it's
saying,
creepy.
besides it's creepy, the energy on it ain't right. I don't think Lee Daniels. I think something else is going on with it, and that's just me. I can't put my finger on it, but
Wasn't there a boy climbing the wall backwards or something?
Yeah, it was that, and it was also,
no, go ahead.
yeah, it was that, and also what the white woman said to the black woman, that was very disturbing, and everybody was just laughing about
What
it, and I'm like, that shit ain't
what
motherfucking
she say?
funny.
I thought the energy on it when you say it wasn't right, I felt like verbally assaulted. I thought it was going over the top and portraying black people as violent and slapping each other upside the head all day, and everything was just, you know, gross and angry. And that's why I hardly ever watch movies like that.
Hmm.
but that's typical of him in Tyler Perry. Like they cater to that, oh, woe is me, black women trope. And that's why I kind of pushed away from watching their films because it's like, okay, this is not every black woman's story. Like, why we always got to be the goddamn victim in your stories? Like, can we be the victor? Can we win
Mhm.
sometimes? And it's just that's why I kind of pull back from it, because it's like you're buying into the stereotypes of a black woman, and I don't like it. It doesn't make me feel good. It makes me feel nasty, dirty, and it's like, no, like you just like literally reiterating what the white supremacy talking points are, and that disturbs me on so many different levels.
I thought I was the
So,
only person that picked up on that. They'll
what did the
complain
white
about
woman say?
they'll
That's what I'm
complain
trying to figure
about
out.
She
they'll
was a
co-
mother.
they'll complain about being stereotyped and then go write these fucked up ass movie films and then complain that people are stereotyping them, and then when you find out who the person who's the director, it's a fucking black person, and I'm like,
Yep.
what the fuck is going on? And okay, so the white woman or whatever, I think she was like, I don't know, she was possessed. She said something disgusting. It was
I
ugh.
should have squatted you out, you half breed bitch.
No, it wasn't just that
Not
part.
that one.
Yeah, it was that. Okay, it was during that. It was I smell nappy pussy, and I'm like, what? And
Oh,
I'm
that
like,
was so
but
not
listen,
necessary.
listen,
Hold on. Say that again. What
No,
was
don't
that?
say it.
man, I don't even want to say it no more. Like, all I'm gonna say
Yeah.
is what I've noticed is with Tyler Perry, them two queers, is they don't like, if I don't think black women
Yeah.
that be watching them understand it, them two guys don't like black women.
Yep.
They hate that they have to serve us and get money from us. And they be low key disrespecting us in our face, and we still go by it. And I don't understand that. It's just fucking weird.
I agree. That was the
I'm gonna tell you
things were
something.
just so it was you know what? I
Mhm.
love horror movies. So that's number one. I love horror. But that was that was so off-putting and disturbing just because of the nasty stereotypes and the just everything. It was just I just felt like I needed to take a shower after that movie, to be honest.
I was trying to get my grandma and them to understand, like, Tyler Perry doesn't like, especially Gen X. I already read into his story and what happened to him in his whole life. He don't like
Mhm.
those black women. That's why he always mocking them.
Mhm.
Whenever he puts on these dresses and stuff, they're mocking us. They ain't. It's not no aberration or nothing like that. They don't like us. I don't think
You
people
know
really
why?
get that.
You know why? It's because he was molested and he wasn't protected by his single mother.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. Yeah, I
So
already know
so
that.
it's psychology behind it. So when you look at a lot of these stories and you try to understand why these people do what they do, you got to get to the root of the problem. And at the end of the day, he wasn't protected by his single mother and he was molested. And at the end of the day, this is why he has this vitriol and he put out these black tropes about black women because he's looking at his mother and he's profiting from all of this
Is
bullshit.
he
That's what
gay?
Yeah.
kills me.
Smiling like a smirk. And I ain't trying
Yeah,
to be
Is
funny. I ain't trying to be funny. That's between you and your mama, bitch. And I ain't this is how I feel. This I ain't speaking for no other black woman. Me.
is
This is
he
between you and
is
your mother. But I feel a certain way about my image, and I'm gonna speak up.
is
Second,
he
with this
gay?
leak, the Lee Daniel. This is what I was alluding to. I'm just gonna get straight to it. I believe that was ritualistic.
That's what I was gonna
I
say.
believe that he did something and he knows. And I look at Monique, I'm like, Monique, damn, Monique. And I
she
understand this
missing
is
a couple screws. You know Monique is missing a couple screws. So I don't bat an eye whenever
mm,
she do something this weird.
mm,
Something
mm.
wrong with that woman too. You already know what happened to
Yeah,
her. So
hell yeah. And that's why, that's why I'm glad we're calling out these people that we protect that are black Americans as well. Taraji Henson, whatever her name, Henson. Something's wrong with her. I don't care what nobody say. And winch, bitch, or whatever you want to call it, get the hell on. Get the hell on. Women, I mean, not only women, the men too. I'm glad that we're calling these black Americans and dragging them for what they are. But I believe, and you said it as well, Professor, I believe that that was not only directed towards the people that were in this movie. They knew we were going to watch it. But Hollywood has never been for us. And Hollywood is taking a big ass hit, which is the Democratic Party, goes back to that, because of us. We better tread lightly. And I got up out of my sleep to say this because I got out the space. And that's what I was going to tell you. Remember, I said I had something to tell, but I forgot. But and I started talking about the um, sexual freedom movement and feminists. I hit on that, but it was something else I wanted to tell you guys, and that's what it is. Something's off about that, you know.
Well, Hollywood, you remember earlier I was telling you that the Nazis, the United States made a deal with Nazi scientists and psychiatrists and stuff to teach us what we taught them, which is why we have all this technology. Well, Nazi scientists went to Columbia University, and some of them went to Hollywood. So the Hollywood machine is psychological warfare. Um, when y'all were talking about Tyler Perry, I don't watch his stuff. Like he rubbed me the wrong way when I was a little boy, when I was in shit in high school and this shit came out. I was like, nope, you know, wasn't interested. It rubbed me the wrong way right away. But when
Yes.
y'all were talking about it, I thought back to the color purple, the paradigm that the archetype, the color purple superimposed on the black community fucked us up so bad. That was psychological warfare. It was establishing values. Um, in psychology, you learn that perception is reality, and if you perceive something to be true, it just is. And the color purple made um, the black man. It created a false narrative that the black man is some overbearing, overbearing. He was the white man, like he was overbearing, he was powerful.
A sexual deviant.
That too. That I didn't even think about that, but that's true. Literally in the book, I don't know if y'all ever read The Color Purple. Like that shit's a porno. Like literally on the first page it says first he put it on my hip, then he put it in my blah blah
Yeah,
blah.
I read that
Like
as a child.
You know, but you
yeah,
know that was for West Indian. Like that whole thing was really scripted for the West Indies. It wasn't even scripted for us. It wasn't like based on
but
Black
it was
Americans.
that's a great. I didn't know that, but
I never
that proves my
watched it
point.
because I just know I don't like it.
Oh, you'll hate it. But that proves my
Thanks.
point that it was used to destroy us. It was used to create some psychological narrative. And notice how it came back because they want to keep perpetuating that false narrative.
I just don't
You know what I'm
think
saying?
Oprah, like, okay, think about this. Oprah has billions of dollars now. Why the fuck are you trying to reboot a fucking movie? Why? And then this is how you know they're not really crafty. You trying to tell me you can't find another movie or another book, black book, to reinvent or whatever or put on the screen? Why do y'all
Hmm.
continue to keep using the same shit? So this is
Because
how I don't
she
think
keeps
they're
retelling her story. That's why. That's her story. She
that ain't
keeps
her story
retelling in
because
different. No,
listen,
listen to me. What by her being abused by her
they
family
said
members.
her family member said, and they got it on camera that she lied about that.
That she was
That she was just
lying.
lying just to
Yeah.
say just to have people sell the book or whatever like that. I mean to sell her story. She was like the truth is boring.
Her dad said that.
Wow. I see. I always thought it was true. And when I see her works and everything she's done, I was like, okay, well, that makes sense now why she has so much vitriol for black men. So if it's not true, that yeah, I see.
Let me read one of his quotes. Daniel's quotes. He says, Jesse and I, Jesse Smollett, share the same feeling that yes, even though we're gay, we're sexual human beings, and we do occasionally want to sleep with a woman. He, maybe once every 10 to 15 years, but it happens.
See, this is what disturbs me because nowadays there's this new trend where men, not just black men, but men are saying, "Oh, I'm bisexual." No, motherfucker, you're gay. There's no such thing as a
There's no such
bisexual with a
thing as
man. It's either you're
bisexual.
gay, exactly, you either gay or you're not gay. So this
Hmm.
whole yes, bring
Oh,
your ass out of that closet and just claim who you are. I would
yeah,
respect you more if you did. Like, no, it's no such thing as a
stop spreading
bisexual man.
diseases around. Keep
So
your
I was in
diseases
a
in
room.
your neighborhood.
I was in a room, y'all, and it was like a bunch of transgenders, right? And they was talking about like R word women and shit. It was crazy. Like I was in there and I was just listening to them and I was like, you would never, if you look at, you would never think they say some crazy shit like that.
He said, what?
Okay, like I was in a room, it was a bunch of
No, what
transgender.
did they say?
They were like talking. Okay, so it was like it was a story that came out that a transgender R word a woman. So then it was a bunch of gays in there, transgenders, and then so the man asked, "How do you feel about that?" All the gay dudes was like, and the transgenders was like, they don't see a problem with it. And I'm like, what the fuck?
What?
Wow.
That room was fucking crazy. It made me look at the LGBTQ community differently. Like, y'all don't want to be gay. You want everything. You just want to sleep with whoever. It's not.
Well, they've always had the Man Boy Love Association. I don't know if that,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, the Man Blah. That's been around for years. So it's been going on, and it's been a lot of white male professionals who've been part of that. And these be the same men who fly all the way across the world to go have sex with boys in different countries. So
Oh, absolutely. Look, it's a whole industry of like pedophilia of like you would not even imagine how many in this particular, it's not saying it doesn't exist in our community, but particularly theirs, where they would do literally do what they call the sexual tourism, where they go to these different countries and they go have sex with minors. Yeah,
Like
it's pure
Bangkok.
filth. Yeah, it's not just
Bangkok,
Bangkok. It's all
right.
over Africa.
It's
It's
everywhere.
in Ukraine. It's everywhere. South America. These people are sick,
But
and they don't see
Bangkok,
anything wrong with it.
and that's their
Bangkok,
culture. That's their freaking culture that they live.
Bangkok is in competition though, because they've upped the ante. Because before you could go over there and have sex with a 3-year-old or an 18-month-old, now you are allowed to murder a child.
That's what I was about to say
Oh
when I was at
no.
Harvard. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. When I was at Harvard almost 20 years ago, the Europeans used to brag. I would, we'd have drinks and they would, it was a European from Amsterdam and the Italians, and they would say, I'm not going to say what they say, but they would say something like, yeah, yeah, we can fly to Singapore and mm, buy a young person and then do what you want and then kill them for $200. That's the
Oh
type of
my
talk
God.
that they're having at Harvard. That's the discussion. And I was young. I thought they were kidding. They were dead serious.
How did you feel? Was you scared though? Like, damn, if they'll just kill somebody like that, who am I?
No, no, I was drinking. We were, a little buzz. It's one of those things where you wake up in the morning, you're like, did he just fucking say that? And then you hear it again, and you're like, yeah. I asked one of them. I'm still friends with a guy I went to Harvard with, but his daddy owned 51% of Heineken. He's from Amsterdam, but yeah, he was like, yeah, we can buy. If they called them virgins. Said you can buy a virgin, and they don't care what you do with them. But I'm a little country boy from Alabama, man. Like I couldn't comprehend that. That's one of those things that took me years to try to like. Is he serious? Is he not? But when I got a better understanding of the world, I was like, them motherfuckers was serious.
No, it's a whole cult, okay? It's a whole industry of folks who literally what they call sex tourism, where they would fly to these countries, and it's just it's the parents. You got to put the fault on the government and the parents because they are willingly to sell their children to these tourists. And I'm like, what kind of fucking parent would put up they fucking children to get raped and sodomized and etc. Like who does that? Like that's not let's tie it back in. That's not a part of our culture. We don't do no shit like that. If anything, we're gonna beat the shit out of damn near kill somebody that tries to come do that to our children. That's not a part of our culture. But then they have it open, like, and it's all over. Like even if you go to the DR, wherever, like it's you looking at these young girls and boys, and I'm like, well, how old are you? And they will tell you like their age, and it's like these grown as 50, 60, 70 year old men that'll go there and that's what they're looking for. I'm like, you sick bastard. Like you are like literally fucking willing to rape a child. Like what part of the game is this, and they are accepting of it because again, these countries allow it. They don't shut on it, but I guess because they got so much pressure in places like Singapore, Taiwan, and all these other Asian communities, there's like a lot of pressure on it. Now they starting to crack down on it, but at the end of the day, it hasn't stopped. They still do it.
I mean, but I can't even comprehend that. Before shit got that bad, I'd scoop up my daughter and fucking get a tent and move to the woods and live off the land. Like, how do you let stuff get that bad?
Money.
Probably drug abuse
And
too.
some of
Well,
these,
it's money. It's money. They pay them like American dollars, or whether you from the West, anywhere in the West, their dollars compared to their industry is worth more. So if you pay $20, $30, that's like two, three, four, $500 to them. Depending on where you are in the on the planet. That's a lot of money to them. So they're willing to sacrifice their children to get those American dollars, or whether it's Ukraine, Russia, or wherever. And it's not just the men, okay? Because if you look at these African continents where you have these women from the UK and all of it, that they're going to the Africa with this sex tourism, and they're going to Uganda and all these other places, and they're buying men and have sex with them, and then they go back to their damn respective countries. Yeah, it's sick. You will be surprised of all the debauchery that's going on when it comes to like just the nastiness of these people.
I don't want that like with African women, like I was in a room with like listening to them, and they was talking about how they don't see a problem with sex trafficking, and then they was talking about what countries they come from, and I'm like, so it's easier to sex traffic them because they just want to leave Africa, you know what I'm saying, for however bad it is. And I'm sitting in here in the room and I'm like, if they ever get in power over here or they get into anything serious, they're going to be sex trafficked. I already know what they're going to do.
Check out BBC News. There's like a plethora of documentaries of sex trafficking, whether it's on the female side or the male side, whether it's on the continent of Africa or India or wherever. It's like a whole slew of
Them
documentaries of the sex
African women
trade.
are sex trafficked all over the world by they men. Like they be in fucking India getting sex trafficked over there.
Yeah,
And I'm like,
y'all beat me. Y'all literally beat me to it. I went to Africa last summer. We spent the whole summer there. And one of my favorite things to do, believe it or not, is to lay in the when we were in Accra and we actually had a hotel with a TV, was to lay down on the bed and watch the African news. Cause shit come on they news that you won't ever see. But it was a whole bunch of cases of girls, like I'm talking about 12 and 13-year-olds, being sold by their father into marriage to some Arab. Like it wasn't even sold to like another African. They would sell them to Arabs, and the Arabs would conduct female circumcision, and it was one special on how the female circumcision was not done by a medical professional and how they got infected. It was just awful. So yeah, I agree with you. If that culture gets over here, it's a wrap.
and I just see how they pushing like okay, like in the area that I live close to, they put a lot of Hispanic women in charge because it's a lot of Hispanics suddenly in that area, and they were like they had like a lot of animosity towards me, and I'm like, bitch, like why the fuck is you having animosity towards me? When we get jobs and y'all come in, we don't act like that. Like that's how they act, and they just got a little power. And I'm like, just think about if they actually like run some real shit. And then it's like what I've noticed is like with the other women, they particularly have like this animosity towards Black American women. Nobody else but Black American women. And I'm like, we ain't did nothing to you. We ain't hurt you. We don't do what your men do to you. We don't live in those countries. I don't understand what the animosity is towards us. I don't get it. It's just weird. All of it is just weird. When I just like
Doctor Dr. Howard Zinn he spells it out in A People's History of the United States, page 227. He says, now he's talking about the Irish, but it doesn't matter. It's the same situation every time. He says, immigrants from Ireland fleeing starvation there when the potato crop failed, were coming to America now packed into old sailing ships. The story of these ships differ only in detail from the accounts of the ships that earlier brought black slaves and later German, Italian, and Russian immigrants. So he also says, how could these new Irish immigrants, themselves poor and despised, become sympathizers with the black slave, who was becoming more and more the center of attention? So that right there sums it up. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at immigrants coming from countries where they didn't have a pot to piss in, and all they saw was pictures of us, you know what I'm saying, balling out of control from their view, you know what I'm saying, Michael Jordan dribbling the ball and the like. And they get over here and they look at us. They're not looking at us like a brother or sister. Like Dr. Zen said, how could they be sympathetic with us? We're the center of attention, number one, and they look at us as competition. I wish more of us would understand that.
But why are you seeing me as competition when you just got this job? You're a receptionist. Calm down, honey. You ain't gotta go out your
But that
way
that
and do weird shit.
Well, see, that's in the scarcity mindset they have. So it's not like
yeah,
it's kind of hard to reform that way of thinking. And that's why most countries have a cap on who they let in based on where they're from because they don't want the culture bleeding into what they have going on here. If you take a look at Europe, for example, um, with a lot of Arabs that are coming over there, they believe in hopping on the social services train immediately, and they'll have 10, 11 kids and stuff like that. And it's like, okay. And they're not looking at it like, oh, well, they're gonna bleed. No, they're like, oh, well, we get free money. It's their quote unquote form of reparations. And when you see it and you hear their mindset, like they don't view children the same way you do. People in America have children for the most part, because either they have a certain type of care for the child, right? For the most part, over there, if it's not a male child, it's a bargaining chip. The whole idea of marriage in itself was based on when it comes to the women, was based on what can I trade for my daughter. Literally, that's why the symbolic of it is the father giving her away. It's a cute thing now, but that's not how it was at all. It was literally like, hey, you want to marry my daughter, bring me 5 chickens and 2 goats. And that's literally what they would do. Literally, it was literally an exchange. It wasn't like this romantic thing. It wasn't that. And they still believe in that to this day. But professor was talking about something I thought was really interesting. Um, about how these elites do this type of stuff. They literally, sex tourism is a very, very big business, especially in Taiwan and even over there in Iraq and stuff like that. People don't know is they do that all the time. They tell you about it very subtly in movies. I don't know if you guys saw the show Jack Reacher or movie Jack Reacher when he was talking about, yeah, they had like an assault fest. I don't want to say the hard R word. Those ladies age 8 to 64, some shit like that. That's not uncommon. They have literal brothels, what we would call them here, but they have all this thing. They have like it's Mexico, it's even here in America, it's Canada. They have it everywhere, and it's sad. That's why I was like, I don't know how to put this, but we don't need to normalize this stuff. That's why when they talk about these MAP, minor attracted persons and shit, they're trying to make it mainstream here in America. And you have to be really careful with that. So I definitely agree with not letting that culture bleed into what we got going on over here. Because I do think we've evolved past that because life expectancy is 80 plus years now. Back when it was 32 and 28 and stuff like that. But it's way past that. There's no need for anybody, adults, to be talking to children on any level. Um, so it's just strange. But yeah, we just keep an eye on that though. But that's their history. That's their culture.
interesting, Kanye. I didn't even think about that. So the age of consent was younger back in the day, but people didn't live like the life expectancy was 38. So it's like puts it in comparison. Another thing, brother Kanye said that I really appreciate. He gave me a memory I hadn't had since the early 2000s at Harvard University. One of my dorm mates, I'm not gonna say his name, but like I said earlier, we went to have drinks at John Harvard's, the bar, and it was me and a group of Europeans, most of which were Italian. My the guy who lived in my dorm room was from Amsterdam. It was an Italian. It was a French guy. He was black though. He was African. French, and it may have been a Vietnamese girl. But we were at a bar, chugging shots, doing the flaming Dr Pepper thing, and they were talking about, hey, have you ever bought a virgin? And I'm my dumb country ass. I'm like, what the fuck you talking about? They were like, yeah, you go to Singapore, and you for 200 euros you can buy a virgin, and they don't give a fuck what you do with them. You can kill them if you want. And so the next morning, I was walking with my friend from Amsterdam, and just basically he was like, it ain't nothing. Like that mindset is not something we're familiar with. I heard Mark Carter talking about this in a room earlier. He was like, we think that everybody think like us, but they just really don't. Like some of these people think it's okay to like buy people and treat them like a disposable, like toilet paper or something, man. And last but not least, I in Memphis, I had some colleagues from they worked at St. Jude. They were Chinese, and they were like running away from China, believe it or not. Um, Actually, it's an interesting story. The lady, the main lady, I'm not gonna say her name, but she was telling me about China. She's from an aristocratic family, and she said if you're from an aristocratic family in China, you're allowed two children, but if you're a commoner, you're only allowed one. So China is lawless. It's China is what the United States looks like it's trying to turn into, a place with a bunch of cameras that has a shadow government, right? This like 12 years ago, and she was like, I was like, why are you here? She was like, well, I'm from an aristocratic family. She's a medical doctor, but she's a professor at St. Jude. But I'm from an aristocratic family, and my best friend's a physician. She's from an aristocratic family, like we're kind of social elites. And she said, me and my best friend got married at the same time. We got pregnant with our first at the same time, and we got pregnant with our second around the same time. So she said, it's only a two-rule baby, only two rules, on two baby rules. Sorry, I said that backwards. But she said one day her best friend was at work and they went around doing random drug tests and random pregnancy tests at her job. And the lady peed, and she came positive. She's pregnant. She's pregnant for a third time, but she didn't even know she was pregnant. And she said her best friend disappeared. She said in China, when you do something you're not supposed to do, there's no arrest. There's no fanfare. She said you disappear. You just disappear and nobody ever sees you again. And she said that scared the shit out of her that her best friend had disappeared. A couple months passed. She figured her best friend was dead, and something told her to do herself. She said, "Shit, I need to do a pregnancy test um, before." Yeah, it's smart of her to do that. She said, "I need to do a pregnancy test for to make sure." And guess what? She was pregnant. So that's why she ended up in the United States. But yeah, America is trying to go that way of a totalitarian government, man. So I'm really happy that our people are getting uh, politically active and we're awakening. Go ahead, brother Kanye.
The strange part about that history, which I thought, the history of Mao, very interesting, very very
Yeah.
interesting fella. It's
Yes.
funny you say. I've literally been working on this theory about this. I do think, you remember the Red Guard? I think that's what America's trying to do with the citizen police and shit. I literally think that's what they're trying to do. Because you look at it, who's leading the charge? It happened the same way. These reject people from universities ultimately became violent and started killing all the old people. And Mao literally thought the new generation was going to eat the eat the country. So they enacted this one child rule. And if you Asian, you're culturally speaking, you'd rather have a male than a female. That's just kind of how they do it. They need a male heir. So they would literally throw the female babies away. That was the thing. And
And you see how that's happening now, right? You see what's happening with them from throwing their females away. You see what happened, right?
yeah, they're
Oh, they're
literally,
reversing it now because it's
They ain't
affecting
got no other
their
choice.
economic
yeah, but just finish it
economic
real quick.
bottom line. So they're reversing this one child policy,
Yeah, because
and
they don't
so
have
now
enough.
their
Just to finish my point real quick.
whole
Yeah,
culture is declining, and so what they're doing is incentivizing families to have babies now, and they're actually
well, yeah, because they
paying
don't have a
couples to
replacement
have
rate.
babies. Yep.
They're even paying people to come back to China.
Yeah,
If you
but
look
they
at it,
not though.
they don't have a their replacement rate is down.
Yeah,
And they
they
have a
got
very
they about to
okay.
die off. That's what they were saying.
Yeah, just let me just.
Is it true that I heard a rumor that they were paying back black men to have
That's in China.
children?
That's
Is
in
that
Japan.
true?
That's
But
Oh,
that's
Japan. Okay.
African men. They said specifically Africans. I guess because they all run over there.
well, in so what they were doing was they were sending Chinese men to impregnate African women. So when they're born in Nigeria or places like that, they'll have dual citizenship, and they will raise those children to be loyal to China. So essentially, it's
No,
like,
they didn't. They was leaving them.
ma'am, can I
They
finish
was
my
leaving.
point,
They
please?
left them women single
Okay.
mothers.
Can I finish my point, please? Thank you. Thank you. Just listen. Listen just for a second. I promise you. It'll make sense in a second. In America, people do this thing called pregnancy visas, where they'll get pregnant, come to America, have a child, and then go back home. Now, that child, per our Constitution, has full American citizenship. A lot of countries around the place, around the world, do the same thing. Essentially, the plan was for them to have a bunch of babies with these African women and then raise those children to be loyal to China and not Africa. So that way, when they came in to build their highways, their hospitals, X, Y, and Z, the infrastructure they're putting over there right now, it will be Chinese owned, but Nigerian representation. So when they found a better way to do this, by the way, what they did was, hey, tell you what, we're gonna build this really expensive hospital. We're gonna build these really expensive, nice roads, these malls, and everything like that, and you can just pay us back. And if you can't pay us back, no problem. We just own it if you guys can't pay us back. Now, it's extremely high interest rate. It's very predatory. The UN has already condemned them for this, but they keep doing it. You know why they keep doing it? Because they know they can't pay it back. So what happens when a foreign country or government or entity owns 90% of the infrastructure? Well, they run everything, and they have a right to defend what they bought militarily. Right? That's literally the rules of engagement. That's what they're doing. So yes, they have tons of. They even have it here. Like they have secret police stations here. I don't guys know the. If you guys don't know what's going on in Oklahoma right now, Oklahoma is right next to Colorado. Right, Colorado weed laws are very strict. Oklahoma is not. So what happened was they literally moved from Colorado to Oklahoma, and they took over the marijuana industry. And I want to say it got blew up because some guy got killed over $300,000. Haven't been following too closely, but they are very, very, very sneaky. Right? They'll literally embed their own people. They have their own police stations. The Chinese people weren't reporting to American police; they're reporting to. It's a big story. Look at it. So, yeah, no, I understand where you coming from. Yes, a lot of people were reckless and left a lot of single moms, but the vast majority of those children were brought right back to China, and they were educated in Chinese culture and literature and all that other shit. And they'll go right back
Okay.
to Nigeria and they'll
Well,
own
that's not.
land because it's completely legal for them to do so.
That's not
That
what I
that
read.
all fell that all fell under the Beltline Road Initiative, which is failing right now. But you are absolutely correct. They were trying to literally take over all these countries. I mean, that's why Djibouti, places in India, different countries in Africa, like they're suffering right now under this BRI initiative that's failing, and these countries can't pay their money back. But what they were doing was telling these Chinese men who they sent over to basically push their initiative is to go ahead and impregnate these women so that we can take over these so-called cultures or whatever, but it's failing. And so now they're pulling back
Yeah.
because their economy is suffering right now. And so they have no other choice but to pull back because of the real estate collapse, and their economy is not doing well right
Ooh, there
now.
you
So
go.
the BRI is literally failing right now because the majority of the countries cannot even pay them back. And so what you're having right now is kind of this pushback. Even Italy was like, "Nah, we change our mind. We don't want your money anymore because we see that this is basically like you're literally trying to come over and take over." And so, no, we're not going to have it. We're going to just send you your money back. And so that's what they're doing. And they're literally taking over Africa right now, and but there's some pushback, but not enough. But yes, you are absolutely correct. That's exactly
It's
what they're
gonna
doing.
fail, and I'm glad you pointed out the real estate thing because the crazy part about it is in China you don't own anything. They do 99-year leases. And they literally thought, like in
Yep.
America, the best way to get rich fast is real estate. Everybody knows that. But the problem is in America, when you buy it, you semi own it because you get the parents' ownership technically, but it's technically yours as long as you pay the taxes on it. In China, well, once your lease is up, your lease is up, and they don't have to renew it. And like you said, when they found out that it's not a transferable thing, a lot of people went bankrupt and started pulling their money elsewhere. So I don't know how they're gonna survive this because technically they're just pouring money into a black hole, and their population is not young enough to sustain what they're trying to do anyway. So like, they're gonna make a move, I think, in the next 10 years or so. Because after that, they don't have enough people. Same thing with Russia. It was always going to be like this. Like they don't have enough people, and that's why America is doing these abortion bans and shit like that because they see the writing on the wall. You see, India is quiet as kept is prepping
Interest.
to be number one. They're not killing their people at all. Matter of fact, they're actively encouraging people to have more kids because
Look
they
at
see what's going
Japan.
on.
Look at Japan. Japan is the perfect case study of the decline in birth rate. And so they did not learn from Japan. And so now, right now, China is experiencing what Japan has been experiencing for the last 10 years. And so, again, they're trying to revamp, they're trying to strategize to bring the economy back. And then, with all the tariffs from the US and what have you, they're trying to find answers. But to be honest with you, they are
It's too
suffering
late.
right now.
I think it's too late because
I mean,
I
but they have their pockets so deep in the United States right now. It's like they're literally holding on by a thread, and that's the only reason why they're surviving right now. But this BRI initiative is why I mean they're literally throwing money like hand over fist. But it's strategic because they know these countries can't pay them back, but they know that hey, under this contract, if you cannot pay your loan back, we get to take over your port. We get to take over your airport. We get to take over your resources. So it's strategic, but it's still biting them in the ass at the end of the day.
Yeah, because they don't have enough people to man the infrastructure, which is a whole other problem in itself. And it's really funny to see it happen like this because, yes, while people say, "Oh, America owes them," and blah, 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 well, we don't have to pay these motherfuckers shit. What they gonna do to us? Because what they don't understand, what people, a lot of people don't understand is China, what their initial thing was try to recreate the Silk Road. They're gonna take all the raw materials out of Africa and bring it up to, China and then output it, right? They literally stopped buying wheat from us and started buying it over in Africa because they had enough people to build fields there. So they get their food from there. Like they're starting to do that slowly, but they're gonna run into a problem because a lot of that stuff is not edible because they're starting to see that some of those standards and practices aren't the same as how we do it here in America. And guess what happens when they come crawling back? Okay, that's more money we're gonna charge them. So it's like I think they overextended themselves with this, and it works. It works if you have enough people. They don't have enough people, and the Chinese and the Chinese, but the Japanese, right? They they have a thing for what's called kodokoshi, where a lot of their population just refuses to marry and will die old, and they're finding them like months sometimes. It's 37 million people live in those cities out there. Well, in Tokyo, I want to say. So it's like this is not a good thing. And in Asian culture, it's not assimilation. I mean, it is assimilation. So outsiders are frowned upon. Well, the only people you have to rebuild your culture with will be outsiders. That's why Japan has fully embraced it, and it's not because they want to; it's because they have to. Because I'm gonna have to read the report again, but by the calculations in 2050, and their population is gonna be way down, and so is China. I think America's gonna go up though because that's why they import all these people. But I think now they gotta Europeanize them, so I think they're gonna bring in all these people, and they're gonna do what Canada did, where they kind of take away from their parents, and then educate them in America, and then push them back out on the streets.
Well, another thing that reminded me of Kanye about American government trying to mimic totalitarian China was the Forbidden City. Like a lot of elites in America have this ideology and this thought process that if everything falls apart, they're just going to close the gates on Buckhead and you name the rich Beverly Hills or whatever and retreat to like the Forbidden City. Um, we're falling into that ideology.
Yeah, they've been prepping
Ladies
for
and
that
gentlemen,
for a while though. Like even the social credit score that China has, like America's kind of leaning toward that
oh, it's
with the
coming.
real
It's
ID,
coming.
like with the real ID. Listen, when you get Amazon, Ring, Next, whatever fuck that is, those companies have separate contracts with local sheriff departments. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. They
Hello.
can go back and look at your
Wake
shit.
it up.
Yep, they go back and look at it.
That's a fact.
And it's been trending this way for a minute. Like I think London was the first one to do it with the Big Ben Eye in the Sky thing. It was the most surveilled city in America. I mean, in the world. Now it's not. It's New York City. As a matter of fact, in Chicago, it's crazy enough. It was a rapper named LBG Duck. He got killed in Chicago. Well, they ran the camera.
I love Duck's music,
Yeah,
by the
it's
way.
crazy. Yeah,
I be rocking some
yeah,
slide.
but they it's funny as hell. I was just listening to that song today. But literally, he got killed on the Gold Coast in Chicago. And they literally was able to run the cameras back from that moment all the way to them getting in the cars, down to somebody outside getting the phone call, running in telling people. So they had them dead to
I saw
rights.
it. I saw that shit look like it was HD. It was actually sad, man. That hit when they shot him on the ground.
Can we talk about the age of the African continent and that the average person now is a youth? And
Yeah.
perhaps this lends to why everyone is interested in recolonizing Africa. Because,
The
go ahead.
the army just deployed. I didn't know. Yeah, Andy's right, and she stole it. I was gonna say that she stole it right out my mouth. Africa is the youngest continent, and they have the highest potential of growing, having a lot of people. But I think it was yesterday, Andy. The army deployed. Um, the Army National Guard in what's it, Ohio. They deployed to Africa. They said they're going there to protect them from a civil war, but you know how that goes.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's
I thought India had the youngest like generation as far
No,
as
it's
countries are
Africa.
concerned.
no, 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 no. She
Cause
meaning by continent, like so as far as like
oh, okay, okay. Cause I thought that India, because to be honest with you, they're outbeating China right now,
yeah,
and they
they're
have the
attention with China too, though. That's the funny part
oh,
about it.
they do, and they're trying to basically outpace China right now. And China is kind of losing a battle in a lot of ways, but that's because they have this whole communist government, right? And they want to control everything, and they want to literally it's just failing, and all this money that they're throwing out has been a detriment to their country. And on top of that, with COVID hitting their asses, and they still to this day, today, like if one or two person find that they have COVID, they shut down the entire fucking country. That still exists to this day. Here we are outside, as a people like to say here on Twix. We outside, and no, they still shutting down cities in China because of it. So
Yeah,
they
well,
have
for them, it's
very
not even about the
draconian.
disease. It's about
And
controlling
they
their
will let
people.
your ass die in your
Like a
apartment
month.
too.
Listen, they don't see their people the same way. Well, they do. They don't hide it, right? They don't see their people as citizens. They see them as subjects, for lack of a better term, right? Like, all right, they're numbers, right? How can we swell these numbers? How can we decrease these numbers? That's it. That's all they see them as. And if they're not producing, they're seen as less than nothing. And then technically, if you and it's all about the control. But I just want to go back to Quan Esset. It's crazy because they have a communistic society, but they want to have capitalistic principles, which doesn't make any sense at all. Because in order for you to make the money, it has to flow. You can't constrict it. If you constrict the money, well, that's a two-way street. Well, now nobody can make money off real estate because it's only a 99-year lease. The government owns it. So what happens when people pour all that money into something, leases up, and they just fuck? They don't get nothing in return, and this works for the government, but not for the people. And you take a look at that same principle they applied around the world. Well, I mean, if you have all of this shit with nobody to man it, is it even useful? Because if your population decreases by 30%, you need more people at home because China is
Yeah,
not
but
that secure.
you know what they're trying to do? See, the ploy now is, oh, so we can't really get into the US, but we can't get into Mexico. So that's our new strategy now. We can go ahead and start trading in Mexico. That gives us more advantages of trading because they don't have all of these tariffs. So let's just move our companies and industries into Mexico so we can trade into the United States without having all of these barriers. But China has a hot fucking mess to solve, and to be honest with you, it's going to trickle down into our markets because we have so many goddamn industries that make all of their products in China. And again, it's going to affect us. That's why you have so many companies trying to decouple from China. You have Apple, you have all these major companies who are saying, you know what? Let me go to Vietnam. Let me go to India. Let me go to somewhere else because it's just not working anymore. And then with China, with all of these like crackdowns where they're literally arresting like CEOs over there because of whatever reason, these draconian reasons, They want to arrest them. So a lot of people are literally saying, hey, I'm going to chunk up the deuces and just leave because this is not working out for me. So China, again, they have a tall hill to climb because their economy is just as fucked up as anybody else's. And to be honest with you, they're going to end up just like Japan is. But unfortunately, with Japan, they're able to bounce back because they're a little bit more conservative in how they trade, how they do things, even though they're basically dying out at this point and it's more of a elderly generation of what they have in Japan. But their strategy is the long game. We'll just, we'll just be a little bit more conservative of how we move, and then we'll just weigh it out. Yes, we don't have a younger generation, but at the end of the day, we have these older Japan or Japanese women who are out trading fucking US people on a market, in all of their schemes and what have you. So it will be interesting to see how they're going to make out of this, and with the United States trying to decouple from them. And it's not just the United States, it's a lot of other countries as well that's trying to decouple from China, because the COVID has really showed them, like, literally you are at the mercy of China. Like, if something else pops off, what the hell are you going to do? So you're starting to see a lot of people say, you know what, let's go see what's going on in India. Let's go see what's going on in these other tiger economies in Asia. Let's see what's going on in Asia, or Mexico. And maybe we should go to Brazil. So you're starting to see a lot of that in the industry.
Yeah, and I just think they should just kind of come back home. I think the whole NAFTA thing, it just was a disaster, and we all kind of knew this was coming. I just think that corporate greed and trickle down economic, it doesn't make sense. Like, you can't trickle down shit if all the jobs aren't here. That doesn't make any sense. But and now they're trying to save shipping costs by going to South America. I don't know. It's just greed. But the funny part about the whole China situation, um, them and Russia coming together would have been a disaster for us in the 70s and 80s. But now no one's talking about it. And I'm like, that's kind of alarming. But then you look at what Ukraine was able to do to Russia economically, even though they're getting slaughtered right now. Just so we clear on this, they're getting slaughtered, like, in droves, by the way. It's not even close. But the fact that they're draining the war chest of Putin, it makes the Chinese think twice about attacking Vietnam. Not Vietnam, but Taiwan. Because now they're like, oh shit, well, fuck. If they do that, then that would suck for us. Because right now they can't afford it. They can't afford a war. As much as people, don't believe it. And unfortunately, it's fortunately, unfortunate, I guess, America is built on war. We have an industrial war complex that can pump out all type of shit for the next couple hundred years, to be honest with you. And they're not built like that. So it really suck for them if they were to try something now. But I don't know what else they're gonna do. They're gonna have to do something, because if they don't, I can see them going bankrupt as a country, and then they'll literally come back to us taking whatever deal we give them. So I think that's
But
what
like
America's doing.
Russia right now, their whole entire economy is crashing right now, literally crashing because of this war. But if you look at all the BRIC economies, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and all these other people that are trying to join the BRICS, all have failed economies. South Africa, they all are dealing with major economical failures. And they're trying to push this whole ploy like, oh, yeah, the BRICS is coming. Oh, we're going to devalue the dollar. And it's like, first of all, the IMF and the World Bank is not about to let that happen. So sit down. They're not about to let the dollar devalue like that. But in essence, like, how can you push something and all of your economies are failing right now? If you look at the numbers, if you look at all the reports, the economy reports, and all the factors that are affecting them right now, they are literally failing. And it's like,
Facts.
I hear a lot of, surprisingly, a lot of black people like, oh, yes, yes, the dollar's going to fail. I'm like, how could you be sitting there, like, literally pumping up the failure and demise of your own damn
Crazy.
economy? That means your fucking job is going to be the first one to go. Your black ass is going to be the first one that they fucking fire if the fucking dollar fails. Like, why are you sitting there, like, literally pumping up the demise of the fucking economy when it's going to affect your goddamn job? because it's all about the bottom line. And at the end of the day, if I can fail
Facts.
your black ass and keep my dollar and my profits, I'm gonna go ahead and fire you. So why are you sitting there like literally promoting bricks when that shit goes against everything that you fucking need to survive in this goddamn world?
People
That's
don't
bananas
understand.
Like
to
sister,
me.
Self
like
preservation is a
Sister
lost
Kwan
art.
said, we're the we're the last to be hired and the first to get fired. Ladies and gentlemen, I've really enjoyed y'all tonight. I gotta take my ass to work tomorrow.
Good night,
Andy,
love.
did you have?
Always a pleasure.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll be right back at you. I didn't know if Andy had last words.
The only words I'm going to say is that I love you and thank you for hosting this space.
Thank y'all for coming and look for me and the Wani again. We coming right back at y'all with that fire. I enjoyed y'all. Y'all have a safe night. Peace out.